All right, well, thank you very much for being here physically, for those who are here physically, and virtually, for those who are joining by Zoom. As I'm looking around the room, we have probably almost a couple hundred people here at the Sonoma County Fairgrounds. And over the internet, I think we have several hundred more. Welcome to this meeting of what we know as California's Wildfire and Forest Resilience Task Force. And I want to do something that I don't normally do at a government meeting, and that is ask those of you who are here today in person to turn to your neighbor and introduce yourself. So do that for a couple minutes here.
Passing the peace. Yeah. It's all back to church, dude.
There you go.
Peace be with you.
That's a good way. Yeah.
Good stuff.
Peace be with you. Peace be with you. I tell you.
Yeah. Well, it's been a while. Well, it's actually a really good thing. There's so many ways to that.
Okay. Well, Supervisor Gore turned to me and said, "Wait, we're back in church. What is this?" But look, the reason why I asked you to do that is this is an important meeting, and this is a really important group of people in this area of California, but across California. We all are the point of the spear on attacking a problem that feels like it's existential in nature, and that is the catastrophic wildfire threat across California. And the people up here on the panel and the people you hear from today are just several of many folks across the state that are working on this issue, and that's you guys. So to me, a successful meeting is building our network. So we're going to hear a lot today about the work that's happening on this task force, but equally importantly, hoping that you can build your network on all the work that you're doing. I'm remiss in introducing myself. My name is Wade Crowfoot, and I serve as our California Natural Resources Secretary, and I help to co-chair this task force. And to start off our task force today, we wanted to invite Melissa Elgin, who is Tribal Council Secretary for the Federated Indians of Great and Rancheria, to offer a welcome and a tribal blessing, considering we are on the ancestral lands of her people.
Opun Toish. Greetings, everyone, and welcome. My name is Melissa Elgin, and I am Tribal Council Secretary for the Federated Indians of Great and Rancheria. We are a federation of Coast Miwok and Southern Pomo, and our ancestral territory encompasses all of Marin County and Southern Sonoma County, including Santa Rosa, where we are today. So I just want to thank the panel and organizers for inviting our tribe to participate today and to represent. We have about 1,500 tribal citizens enrolled, so we're growing in our offices, and our government is growing, and we're building capacity, which is great. I also want to acknowledge our Tribal Historic Preservation Officer, Buffy McQuillan, who has been with our tribe as staff for many, many years, and she does a wonderful job regarding sacred sites and protection, stuff like that. So I will give a Coast Miwok blessing. This is our Weya Hawushna, our earth prayer. And so what I will do is I will say the prayer in our Coast Miwok language, and then I will translate it into English for you so that you know what I'm saying. So we always start and end with an O, and you can repeat if you like. O. Mamolish opu shuki. We are grateful for this day. Mukam keneto. All of us together. Wayami maako toish wushki, huna maako hinak toish shuk weato. Give us good hearts so that we may do good in this world. Shutami makoni, be with us. Oh. Kamolish, thank you all.
Well, thank you so much, and that is a fitting welcome and blessing for our first in-person meeting of this task force. Those of you who have followed the meetings or participated in the meetings of this task force over the last 2 years know that we center tribes, tribal communities, tribal wisdom in the work that we're doing. And we recognize that tribal communities have been stewarding California's land since time immemorial. And a lot of the forest management, the landscape management that we need to engage in, like prescribed fire, were practices that were exercised by tribal communities since time immemorial. So thank you very much, Melissa, for starting us off on that note. I want to explain a little bit about this task force and frame out the meeting today, and then we'll ask other task force leaders to share opening thoughts. We clearly have a huge challenge in California on our hands, and that is catastrophic wildfire threat. We have lost over 3 million acres of our lands in the last couple of years, and we face another daunting wildfire season. You all probably know that the first 3 months of this year were the driest beginning of any year in the state's 171-year history. And that is serious implication for our wildfire season. We know our firefighters will do what they do every wildfire season, and that is exercise heroism in protecting our communities and protecting our people. And for that, we're deeply thankful to CAL FIRE, to the U.S. Forest Service, to our local firefighters. But we also know that we are not going to respond our way out of this crisis. And really, that's where the task force comes in. We have to take proactive, upfront actions to protect our communities, to reduce the risk of small fires becoming very large, and to help our communities and landscapes recover from those wildfires once they occur. While state government that I represent has taken action in the past, we recognize that the scale and the severity, the urgency of this crisis requires us to do much more than we ever have. So for the first time in California's history, collectively, organizations represented in this task force are spending billions of dollars on projects to build our resilience to these wildfires and to return to a stage where we have ecological fire across the state, but it doesn't present the existential crisis that wildfires do right now. I know that a lot of people in this room have lost homes, have had communities decimated by wildfire in this region. And we know that more communities will face those challenges. So what we're talking about today is moving with greater urgency at more scale than we ever have before to take actions to protect our communities and our landscapes from the situations that we face right now. Again, once those folks joining on the internet, if you would like to ask a question or make sure we're addressing a topic in the discussion today, you can use your Q&A function. For those in the room, we've got an ambitious agenda, but we're going to try to build in an opportunity for at least some questions after the presentations, and there'll be a roving mic. Just to get a sense of where folks are coming, who lives within 20 miles of our fairgrounds here today? Raise your hand. Okay, I would say about 15-20% of the people. Who lives, keep your hands up if you would, who lives within 50 miles of this area? Okay, I'd say maybe 40%. Who lives within 200 miles, give or take? All right, most. And then put your hands down. Raise your hands if you're coming from further than 200 miles away. All right, probably 10% of folks here. So we've been meeting as a task force for 2 years online as a result of the pandemic, and this is the first in-person meeting that we're having. And I want to thank Supervisor Gore, who has led the California State Association of Counties, which is the big confederation of counties across the state. And Supervisor Gore, you've been really focused on raising up the issues in this region, but also the importance of counties, local governments being right there with the state and the federal agencies on planning. So I want to turn to you for some thoughts as we convene in your neck of the woods.
Thank you, Secretary Crowfoot. You know, I love that you also, you're Wade. You're not Secretary Crowfoot. I'm James, and for those of you who come from Sonoma County, I'm actually Jimmy. And I say that because in a sense of fellowship, that we're all together here. and that we've seen a lot of people in 3D and live and in person that we have not in a long time. And so I appreciate you starting with a passing of the peace and a little bit of camaraderie, because we all know that the magic happens on the margins. It's not just the agenda. It's not just the agenda item. It's not just subsection 5, subpart B, paragraph 5 of the updated vote that we take each and every day. It's really the relationships that lead to collaboration, that lead to partnership and results. We find ourselves right now on a fairground area in Sonoma County, and there's been a lot of fun, and there's been a lot of FFA and agriculture over the years. But if you were with me here in 2017, in 2019, in 2020, in 2021, and to this year, what you would see is a variety of action of this place serving as a hub for emergency management officials, for people to put up their tents and firefighters, thousands of them, to defend our community, for us to get together and bring people from all over federal, state, local governments to take profound action. $125 million that we're putting in right now into veg management projects, forest resilience projects. I look around and I see not only those numbers, but I see people that have transformed along with us in this environment over the last 5 years. I see folks like Alma, who worked as a 911 dispatcher and then created a community preparedness hub for all communities, Latino, bilingual, everybody up and down this area. I see Jennifer, who used to work with me at the county and took a model that we built to help folks rebuild after our fires with block captains and take that into communities across the United States with after the fire. I see individuals like Carlos, who I just ran into, who we hadn't seen each other since we sat at a fence line talking about his desire to partner to build sawmills, even at the same time that he was living in an RV where he had to escape his home during the middle of the Tubbs fire, running with only the clothes on his back. We are a place that has not only been burnt, we are battle hardened, and we are leaning into the new reality, which is not just getting rid of the bad, it's adapting, and it's owning our place in this world with the risks that are in front of us. We also live in a community right here in Sonoma County that is really a buffer in between the populous Bay Area and the northern wilderness. 95% of the land here in Sonoma County is privately owned. 85% of the forests here on the eastern flank and up north and over into West County. We have more than 15,000 parcels that are under 50 acres or maybe even 25 acres in our forest land. So imagine how you achieve common stewardship principles when you're dealing with what could be considered a tragedy of the commons, right? You go north of us here and you keep escalating into more public lands, 25, 40%. You go up to places like in Trinity County, 90% plus public land management. At that point, what are you doing with the Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, and others? We know that it is all about integration and the common fight to adapt to what's going on around us. So I just really appreciate the opportunity to be here. A couple shout outs and huge thanks. Karen Gaffney, Sybil, I just saw a bunch of others with the North Coast Resource Partnership. The North Coast Resource Partnership is a collaborative group, started with the whole former IRWIMP, those of you who know government talk with DWR and our integrated regional water management plans, and is now a full-fledged partnership on all natural resource management, 7 counties, 30 tribes. I'm remiss that from the Karuk tribe, my co-chair of the North Coast Resource Partnership, Leif Hillman, is not here with us. We're sending him our best, but we have other representation. And I just want to thank from the Federated Indians of Great and Rancheria, Melissa Elgin, for being with us today, because it's not just all about us, it's about us and the land. And while, as we talked about before, there's been a lot of angst, some of us are learning. And I honestly appreciate that. So with that being said, a welcome to you all. This is our effort to fight for the future. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, James. And most of what we'll talk about today is actually this regional leadership. And I have to say, it's really that North Coast Resource Partnership that has been a model to what we're trying to do across the state. And that is to avoid a one-size-fits-all solution out of Sacramento or Washington, D.C., but rather build resilience, protect communities according to the priorities of each region in the state. You think about California, so different. This area compared to greater Los Angeles, compared to the Sierra Nevada, or even further up the North Coast. Regional leadership is essential. So you'll hear more about in the meeting here today around how the partnership came to be. And frankly, we're going to have some real talk and understanding how the state and the federal agencies, others can support the work in each region. One of our key partners and the co-chair of this task force are my colleagues at the U.S. Forest Service. And as James mentioned, a lot of our counties are primarily public lands and primarily federal lands. And if you look at California writ large, over 50% of our lands are public, and the vast majority of those are owned and managed by the federal agencies. None more important to this conversation than the U.S. Forest Service. I believe we have upwards of 18 national forests across California, and so anything that we're going to do to actually get control of this catastrophic wildfire threat in California is going to happen arm in arm with the U.S. Forest Service. And my colleague Richard is here today to share some thoughts to start us off from the U.S. Forest Service.
Great. Thank you, Wade. Hi, everybody. I'm Richard Barheit. I'm the director of the Pacific Southwest Research Station with the U.S. Forest Service, and also here today representing Jennifer Eberlein, who's the regional forester for the Pacific Southwest region. But really a pleasure to be able to meet all of you today in person. As I think some of you might know, I'm fairly new to the Forest Service, so it's really exciting to actually be able to see folks in person. So look forward to meeting more of you, and just to add to some of the comments that Wade and James have made here. This is a collaborative effort, as we all know, and we're going to need to work together across federal, state, tribal, county, local governments, and private industry and citizens to get this work done. And at the federal level, we have a very large investment in this area, $50 billion for resilience across a number of different threats and risks to infrastructure as part of the bipartisan infrastructure law that was passed last year. $50 billion total in the resilience area, and 90% or so of those funds will be spent outside the federal government. So we really know that this work cannot be done without our partners. And was recently on a discussion that we had with the White House implementation team for the infrastructure bill, and really discussed the necessity of the vertical and horizontal integration to get this work done. So this is going to be all of federal government working together, and then working together with all of our partners. And we're all intertwined in this, and but it's also an exciting opportunity. I think as we go forward, I think we all recognize the challenges ahead of us, and we know that we're going to need to meet those challenges. And when we look at this work, one of the things that Jen and I talked about in advance of this meeting is it's really going to be important for us to show that we're making progress on these actions that we've set out. And I think that with the task force here, the actions that have been laid out and the action plan are entirely consistent with those that we have in the federal government for doing this work as well. And we need to come together, and we need to be able to speak a common language in terms of how we're measuring our progress, how we're assessing our conditions, and looking at the outcomes that we see from these projects, from these investments that we're taking on. And we'll be able to do that. I know we'll have a lot of work together to look at data and defining data and consistency, and having access to that data and monitoring, reporting across all of the different landowners and folks who are invested in these efforts. So very much looking forward to working with all of you on this important challenge, and thank you so much to all of you for the work that you do.
All right, and then just to round it out by way of introduction, other leaders on the task force we have here today is Joe Tyler. Joe serves as our director of CAL FIRE, recently ascended into this position, 31-year career at CAL FIRE, starting on the front lines at CAL FIRE. Chief Tyler, you've worked all across the state, and really excited to see you in this position, and thank you in advance for the thousands of CAL FIRE men and women that are going to be on the front lines this summer. We also have on our committee Don Hankins, who leads our Indigenous Stewardship Network. As we've said, it's so critical to have tribes leading this effort, and Don is ensuring that that tribal voice and leadership is part of this task force and steering this task force. And then Stacy Corliss, who is a Mono County supervisor and has led the Association of California's Rural Counties, because it's so critical to have all levels of government working together. So big thanks to each of you for being here and for your leadership. Let's now, if Joe, Don, Stacy, anything that you want to add for the good of the order and framing things up here today? Yeah, good. All right, Patrick, we're going to turn it to you. Just to give you a little introduction, Patrick is the person that leads this task force. Now look, we know that government creates a lot of different types of task forces or commissions. I'll tell you this. Our intent is that this task force is a working task force. This isn't a check the box task force. This isn't a symbolic task force. This is a task force to get ourselves organized on this challenge. And so Patrick, tell us, if you would, sort of the origin of the task force, where we've come, and importantly, where we're going.
Sure, thank you. I have to just say personally, this is a real thrill for me to actually meet many of you for the first time. I've been on this job now for 2 years and still haven't met many of you. And so for me and for many of you, this sort of feels like the first meeting. We have gotten a tremendous amount of baseline work done. When I first started this job and started talking to Secretary Crowfoot in the governor's office, one of the things they made really clear is there's a lot of great stuff going on in the state with respect to forest resilience and community protection, but folks are working in silos. It's all over the map. We really need a framework. We really need a vision that can move folks together, that can align federal, state, local, tribal entities that are doing great work across the state. So we did, as Wade said, put together an action plan a year ago that was meant to be a comprehensive framework that covers the full range of activities that are either already underway or about to be underway throughout the state of California to try to get a better handle on forest health and resilience. So we got that plan out. It was driven in large part by you. It was driven by a wide variety of stakeholder groups that come together on various issues related to prescribed fire, reforestation, regulatory streamlining, wood utilization, everything under the sun, all put together into one framework to help guide us. We got that plan out, and since we got that plan out, it sort of quickly became apparent that to lead this effort, we needed to walk the talk. We needed to have a senior group that reflected the diversity that was needed to make this plan happen. So we quickly created or reorganized the task force to have federal, state, local, and tribal leaders in recognition that this is really a collective responsibility. As James Gore was just saying, you're not going to hear individual agency presentations on individual actions. You're going to hear about how we're collectively scaling up to increase prescribed fire, to increase reforestation, to get more fuel breaks done, to get more communities protected. So, and then of course you're going to hear, as we are today, from the regions. We're going to have regional meetings. Every other meeting will be regional so that we can hear directly from the regions what's working, what's not working so well, how can we partner better, how can we better aligned. We did put together, as part of that plan, a very specific set of milestones. There's 99 specific action items that we're tracking. That's a big part of our job. But an even bigger part is to continue to work through our work groups and our regional collaboratives to try to scale up through our collective action. So what we're going to try to do today is give you a flavor of where we are in that process, some of our major highlights at the task force level as we try to move a number of these initiatives forward. We're going to hear from Karen Mortensen from BLM to talk to us about Interior and their growing role at BLM and Interior in this arena. We're going to hear from our new Regional Frameworks Work Group. Again, in true task force fashion, a joint presentation from the Forest Service and from the Department of Conservation on how we're trying to pull together regional frameworks that are aligned to the specific risks and priorities in each region. And then probably most importantly, we've got two panels. We've got a panel led by the North Coast Regional Partnership and others to give us a flavor of how the regions in this area are working together collectively to try to advance their forest resilience and community protection roles. And then we're going to have a partner panel where we hope to have a real conversation about, again, areas that we need to do better at, what's working, what's not working, have a real conversation, particularly coming off of the COVID era that we've been through. We know there's a real sense, a real need for people to have conversation that's been very difficult to do over Zoom calls. So we hope today will be the first of many meetings where we can work together and engage with each other on a much more personal level. So with that, I think we're ready to dive into the agenda unless the Executive Committee has any other initial thoughts.
No, let's go for it.
Alrighty, so if we could start, and let me also just start by thanking the Idea Cooperative. They're the group that have put together the new design, all the signs you saw, everything you've seen. You'll get a little bit of a longer presentation from them in a few minutes, but they've done a tremendous job. So to start with, let's go to the next slide. We'll just run through about a short director's report to give you a flavor of some of the things that we're working on. Next. What we try to do with these meetings, there's so much going on, it's really hard to capture. You'll hear in a few minutes a more detailed presentation on our website, but just to give you a flavor of some of the major highlights that have occurred since our last meeting. There's a new executive order issued, I think it was just as part of Earth Day a week or two ago by the President, talking about the federal administration's commitment to strengthening the nation's forest, improving forest resilience, a special emphasis on old growth forest as part of that. Department of Interior also released a 5-year strategy right on the heels of the Forest Service's 10-year strategy. It's a real sign at the federal level, the kind of integration that we're attempting to do at the state level is also happening, so you're going to hear more about that. We have a wide range of funding opportunities out there. Both the governor's $1.5 billion investment last year is paying off big time, as well as a large infusion of money from the federal side. The Forest Service, for example, announced just a few weeks ago 2 major regional allocations that are certainly going to be a model for us moving forward. $80 million split between the North Yuba Partnership and a partnership surrounding the Stanislaus National Forest. These are 2 areas that are very, very high risk to fire, but also areas that have collaboratives that have really formed a very, very strong partnership that we're going to try to model throughout the state. So as an example of some of the leveraging and some of the landscape level block grants that we're going to move towards. So hopefully we'll hear more about how those efforts are going and build on them at future regional meetings. CAL FIRE has a wide range of grant programs that are either underway or are already releasing awards. In fact, I think today CAL FIRE announced $88 million in forest health grants to high priority wildfire resilience projects and forest health projects throughout the state. There's grants out there for workforce, for fire prevention, to help private landowners. The governor's budget was very comprehensive in making sure that we have funds available to address all aspects of our problem here. Wildlife Conservation Board, which is an agency that most people here may or may not be familiar with, but they're stepping up to do a lot more in the climate resilience and forest health arena as well. So they've got an ongoing rolling grant application that people can look for. So the bottom line is a lot's happening in terms of trying to get money out the door where it's needed most so that we can scale up across the board. The Office of Planning and Research is on the verge of issuing what's known as a Wildland Urban Interface Best Practices Inventory. We hope that'll hit the streets in the next week or two. Again, it's sort of the first time that we've got the state behind a comprehensive picture of what communities need to do to be fire resilient, a real state-of-the-art document that's going to get a lot of press and a lot of attention in the next several weeks and months. CAL FIRE is also hard at work doing inspections. Thousands and thousands of inspections are already underway, 47,000 in fact, through March 2022. So while we're working at the task force level to try to align, rest assured that work is continuing on the ground to make sure we're making progress. Reforestation work group, you heard from at one of our recent meetings. They're working hard on their new partnership pipeline. From what I understand, it's the first effort nationally to link Forest Service, CAL FIRE or state level, and private efforts to develop a restoration pipeline. What we've learned from that effort is no matter how much money you have, if you don't have the seeds and you don't have the nurseries and you don't have a collective effort, we're not going to get there. So they're working hard on an integrated approach to do that that's paying off. We also have a number of related agency efforts that Wade is leading, a natural and working lands climate smart strategy, the 30 by 30 strategy. What you're going to see over the next couple of months and years is these efforts begin to be much more integrated and interrelated. Obviously, the forest health sector has a lot to contribute towards those plans, so we're working hard with his office and other offices in the state to make sure we're aligned with those programs. And then finally, with respect to prescribed fire, the governor released the prescribed fire strategic plan last month. That was a year in the making, and it's a real model for the task force. We had the state's leading prescribed fire practitioners put together a comprehensive strategic plan to deal with all of the big issues surrounding prescribed fire: training, workforce, liability, funding, air quality, safety, etc. So we're real happy that plan is out, and I've heard from several people it's circulating around the western U.S. among Forest Service folks, Interior folks as a real model. So this just gives you a flavor of the collective action that's happening, and we'll again try to give you these reports at each meeting. But more important, as you'll hear, we're going to be designing a whole new communication strategy with a website and a monthly report to keep you better up to speed on what's happening, and also to educate you on how you can be more engaged in our various work groups and our other various agency activities. So that's a flavor of where we are there. The next slide, we can move on, again, is just a snapshot. I want to remind folks that we do have this Airtable system on there. If you have interest in any one of the specific action plan deliverables, you can go on our website, you can find Airtable, you can find out who's the lead, what the deliverable is, what the deadline is, who to contact if you want to get more involved. That system is well up and running. Happy to say that we have no actions anymore in the not yet started column. Everything's underway now that we've got a full budget and staffing behind our actions. So continue to look for that to be updated. Next slide. This next slide will just give you kind of a brief overview of what to expect in the next couple of meetings. Of course, today's meeting, the focus is all on the region, what's happening up in this part of the world. We will then be back in Sacramento with a special highlight on our tracking system that's under development right now, and all the various efforts underway regarding regulatory streamlining. We will then go back out to the region. We'll go back to the Sierra Nevada. We're going to be working closely with the Forest Service and the Sierra Nevada Conservancy to pull together a meeting in the Sierra Nevada that will showcase all the efforts that are happening out there, with a special emphasis that Stacy will appreciate on recreation. We're trying to do our best to try to make sure recreation gets fully integrated in some of these regional plans, and she and her team have been a big part of that. So again, we're going to alternate between regional meetings and Sacramento regions to give you both a flavor of what's happening in the field and a flavor of what's happening among the agencies. Next slide. This next slide, again, is just sort of another way of showing some of the same information. Again, the prescribed fire plan went out. We've got reforestation, private landowner assistance plans about to be released, a wide range of statewide strategies. Again, the theme of these statewide strategies is alignment, to make sure we've got federal, state, local, tribal, and private interest all working together in each of those issue areas. Those are all moving along very well. Second leg of the stool is tracking and accounting. A lot of emphasis on accountability, tracking what we're doing. We've got a comprehensive interagency tracking system that is well underway that I'll talk about in a second. We're also building a forest data hub, so it'll be a one-stop shop for all the different data efforts that are out there, so that you can get the best available information as you move ahead with your various regional efforts and projects. And then finally, again, a series of regional meetings where we're going to have a regional focus. So on the tracking system, just briefly, we're going to spend a lot more time on this in July. I'm just going to give you a couple slides to give you a flavor of where this is going. A lot of emphasis on trying to track how well we're doing towards the million-acre strategy that was announced as part of a couple of executive orders, the Forest Carbon Plan and the action plan itself. We've got an interagency team working with a team of consultants to try to define that better. It's turning out, as you might expect, to be very complicated to try to track acres. It sounds simple, but each agency has a different way of tracking, and we've got to be careful about things like double counting and separating out treatment acres versus footprint acres. We're trying to do that through a GIS system so that we can really give a better picture of what's happening out there. It's important for two reasons. One, it's important to show overall progress. How are we doing towards million acres? How are we scaling up? But I think what you're going to find over time is it's going to be even more valuable at the regional level, so that if you're in Sonoma County or you're in Placer County, you know what the Forest Service projects are. You know what State Parks is doing. You know what Caltrans is doing. You know what the utilities are doing. You know what all the different agencies are doing in your area. We hope this will be a huge benefit to regional collaboratives, to give them a better sense of what all the different federal, state, local, tribal, and private entities are doing in their particular regions. So that's a big goal of that. We hope to have a dashboard up and running on that, at least an initial flavor of that at the next meeting. Next slide. And again, this is just a short schedule. The launch is happening right now. We hope at the July meeting really to give our first initial snapshot. Not surprisingly, the numbers we're going to get from CAL FIRE and the Forest Service are going to be real solid. The numbers we're going to get from the rest of the state, we're doing a comprehensive inventory of all projects that we can find at the state, local, tribal, and private level statewide. Again, we'll have a snapshot of that. It'll be pretty solid at the state and federal level, and it'll get better and better as we go at the local level. September meeting, then we're going to shift the focus a little bit to what's going on specifically in the Sierra Nevada. Where are the priority areas? Where are the areas that need more work? Where are the areas that are in good shape? And how are we doing? And then in November will really be where I think it comes together at a statewide level. We hope then to have the framework in place for accounting for the next several years and begin to launch our million-acre strategy to talk about, okay, here's where we are now on how much is getting done. Here's all the plans that are underway at various levels across the state, and here's our strategy to take those plans to the next level. So you can look for that as we move ahead over the next couple of meetings. Next slide. And again, this next slide is just to give you a flavor of the big range of things that we're going to be trying to track. We're trying to track all the thinning that's happening out there, the levels of beneficial fire, grazing, timber, salvage, reforestation, watershed work. It's big, it's ambitious, but we know if we're going to get a handle on forest health, we've got to have a good accounting of what's happening out there. So look for that in the next meeting in a little bit more detail. And again, I'm just going to spend a second on this, but I just want to say every time I talk about tracking acres treated, the hands go up and say, wait a minute, it's not about acres treated, right? It's about resilience, it's about community protection. What are you doing to measure beyond acres treated? Well, fortunately now we've got a collaborative process between the Forest Service and CAL FIRE to bring two efforts that were working independently towards metrics of forest health and resilience and pulling them together into one collective effort. Again, we're going to hear about that more in particular at the Sierra Nevada meeting, a set of pillars of forest resilience that the agencies are working on with stakeholders, a set of ways to measure those pillars. So if you've got one of your pillars is forest resilience, a couple of the measures could be things like tree density index or canopy cover. We're also working collectively on an assessment of forest health based on those metrics so that we can have consistent information statewide on how we're doing with respect to those metrics of forest resilience so that we can educate the governor, the legislature, Congress on how well we're doing across the board. We also, as I mentioned, are doing a comprehensive inventory of planned and recently completed projects out there. And all of that, we hope, will start to build a baseline for movement towards landscape scale grants. We've just heard from the Forest Service on their two big landscape scale grants they announced a couple of weeks ago. We hope to build on that with an interagency team that's going to pull together and leverage state, federal, and local money to these high priority regional efforts that you'll hear about today. So the idea, again, here at the larger level, and you'll hear about this a little bit more in the regional presentation, is at the state and federal level to pull together a series of tools that will help our regional partnerships be laser focused on getting projects done, getting those pipelines done, so that they don't have to spend sometimes years trying to figure out what's the conditions of our forest, how do we define what a resilient forest is, where are our priorities. We're going to pull together a state and federal team that's going to work with each of the regions to help them do that faster. Because we know there's a lot of tension in the system right now. There's a lot of pressure, as there should be, given the magnitude of this crisis, to ramp up, go fast, get more done. But the countervailing pressure is slow down, be collaborative, make sure you've got everybody on board at the regional level. How do we marry those two? We marry those two by having the state and federal agencies work really hard on a set of tools, scientific tools, data tools that we can put in the hands of collaboratives so they can ramp up their efforts. They can really focus on getting the environmental documents done, the permits they need to have done to get the job done. So again, you're going to hear a lot more about that at the Sierra Nevada meeting, but this is just a flavor about how we're trying to pull together various efforts that might look like they're working in silos, but will all come together as part of a comprehensive package at the Sierra Nevada meeting in September. So I hope that gives you at least a flavor of a wide variety of things that are underway. There's also a lot being done at the work group level. For those of you interested, again, you can go to the website, look up the appropriate work group, find out how you can be engaged. So why don't I stop there, see if the executive committee has any questions, big picture questions. If not, we can move to communications.
I'll just add, I mean, it's a lot to track, but that's really the goal of the task force, is to bring a bunch of disparate efforts together in a comprehensive way. So for folks who may not be aware of the task force, you know, this is a good segue to the website where people can spend some time to really understand what actions we're holding ourselves accountable for, and specifically, where are we at meeting those actions?
Exactly, and I'm going to introduce Kristen Merrill, who's our program manager and communications director for now.
Hi, so my name is Kristen Merrill. I am a senior environmental scientist with CAL FIRE's Climate and Energy program, and I have the pleasure of serving as a program manager for the task force. Isn't it great that we get to unveil our faces and our brand on the same day? Like, that's fantastic, right? And the reason for this is, Patrick and I have been assuring you that we would have consistent and comprehensive communications about the breadth of our task force partners' efforts and the resources that are being put into these issues and the impact, the real impact of that work. And we've been promising you this, and we're about to deliver. But you might ask, like, why would we brand a task force? Like, we're a task force, right? Why do we have to brand it? And, when you have a brand and you connect a brand with consistent communications, that helps with recognition. So you'll see the brand, you'll be like, oh, this is from the task force. I want to read it. Also, when you have a brand and it's backed by reliable information, that instills confidence. So I'm going to take this. I know it's good stuff. And so what we did was enlist our task force, our work group communications work group. So thank you for those of you who participated in that work group. And we together hired who we thought would be the best firm to deliver both a strong brand and really good, consistent, clear, understandable communications. And so I'm pleased to introduce tonight the Idea Cooperative. They are here out of Petaluma in Sonoma County, just convenience. But before I introduce them, I want you to know that when they came on board in February, they took a concerted effort to do a lot of interviews with, and some of you had the pleasure of interviewing with their team. They're great to work with, they're great to talk to. And then they took what they found in that interviews and they really locked in the messaging. So we got it right. We're hoping that we got it right. And so what they've done is create the messaging and the creative content, the creative identity, which you'll soon see more of. You're also going to get a glimpse or a preview of our website, which over the next month we will build out. We're going to continue to build out. We're going to continue to perfect. And then on June 1st, we're going to launch that website and the other virtual communications or digital communications that will help support it and feed to it. So with that, I would like to introduce Tom Cavanaugh. I'm so nervous. I'm going to introduce Tom Cavanaugh, who's the president of the Idea Cooperative, and he's going to lead you through a brief tour of our website. Tom?
Okay, I'm going to have to adjust this, aren't I?
Are you saying something about my
There we go,
mic?
no. All right, thanks, and hello, everybody. So I'm Tom Cavanaugh. I'm from the Idea Cooperative. We are a Sonoma County-based creative communications firm, so welcome to our neck of the wooey. First, before I tell you what we're going to start working you through some of the work that we've got here, I just want to say how honored we are as a group to be a part of this. Really, really, we're just proud and honored to be able to do our part as a community, as a marketing firm, to be able to help on this incredible initiative. So thank you all so much. Thank you, Kristen. Thank you, Patrick, for putting your faith in us. Thank you for the communications work group, who's put a lot of work in, and all the crazily passionate, fascinating people that we got to interview, who kind of helped get us up to speed and to be able to learn all the acronyms. Okay, so you're looking at the new creative identity for the task force. The idea behind this was to create a distinctive tone of voice, a distinctive look and feel, and something, as Kristen was saying, so that you can begin to recognize task force communications. And we just kind of wanted to create a place that, with this look, where you're comfortable learning and engaging with the information that we're about to start pouring out into the public. So, as you can see from the look and feel, it has evolved a lot. It's evolved kind of from a literal interpretation of fires and houses into a more iconic one. We call the logo mark the tree house. It emotes a tree and a house, but we're also drawn to this identity because the upward arrow element of it tended to say progress to us. So we think there's some good feeling in the identity mark, and we're also liking the pocket, the badge element of it. To us that gives a feeling of getting work done. Boots on the ground kind of work, almost a uniform style. So that's just the identity. Then this will be the creative foundation for all the work that we're doing from here on out. Let me show you the website. So as Kristen said, the website is pretty far along in development, but it's not live yet. It'll launch on June 1st. But I can give you a little bit of a tour around. And I can't see it from my laptop, so I'm going to have to do my best to kind of navigate from here. So this is the actual site. You're looking at the home page as it exists. The strategy behind the site was really twofold. These were kind of our marching orders: purpose and progress. Okay. So purpose. What is the task force for people who don't know about it? What's its intent? What's it going to do? What does it stand for? So to that regard, I don't know if you can read this. So I'll read you what the about copy says on the home page. It says the front lines of landscape health. In a response commensurate to the challenge, Governor Gavin Newsom created the California Wildfire and Forest Resilience Task Force, bringing together an unprecedented coalition of the best available resources for preventing catastrophic wildfires by creating healthier, more sustainable natural environments. The Governor's Task Force is a proactive effort that is already showing progress towards long-term forest health and safe, sustainable coexistence with fire. Okay, so if you're new to the task force and you're trying to gather just some information about it, there is an about section here, if I can find my mouse. Oh, geez. Yeah, can you? Yep. That's not going to be.
Down here.
Yeah.
Where do I go?
Here, I have an idea. I think I can.
You got to open this, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't show up on here though.
Oh, got it.
Yeah. Everybody, Alex Roa, who has worked pretty much nonstop for the last 3 weeks to get this thing together. There we go.
Can you see that? I'll do this.
Okay.
No, you don't have to.
Okay, yeah, do you want to just go ahead and hit about? You know, so if you're still learning about the task force, you can go to the about page. If you, if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see some of the areas that you can navigate to. They're also in the upper nav. But Kristen, go ahead and just scroll down. There you go. Yeah, so a lot of what's on the site is up there now in this kind of about section. So go on back up now to plan. You can see where the elements of the plan are all there. So you can download the action plan. You can kind of go through all the other elements. These are the elements that are on the site before. Instead of progress, go ahead and go back to the main page, to the home page. So there's going to be a lot of ways to access content. The progress tab in the header is going to take you to a page where you're going to be able to get quickly to the progress and the content related to the progress that you're looking for. You can see right here, Kristen's in the part where we're going to elevate about 6 articles all the time, so it'll have continually dynamic content. Whatever we feel we want people to know is going to be in this top, kind of key takeaways, kind of the latest news section with real tangible kind of boots on the ground progress that you can learn about right away. If you saw the little GIF animation, this is still a little bit work in progress in terms of what data is going to be here, but kind of another, kind of top line fun way to show kind of where we are based on the Airtable. You can access the Airtable directly from there. And then you can get into navigating by goals and by key action areas. So go ahead and hit Forest Health. And okay, you're through to forest management. So all the content in this site, and we're expecting to have hopefully hundreds to thousands of posts that will be created. It's all tagged, it's all indexed. So wherever you go in the site, you're going to get followed by content on every page. So you can always find posts and articles and news and information kind of wherever you go. So the goal is to get you quickly to the content you're looking for, and wherever you go in the site, it's going to serve you recent content that's showing progress that the task force is doing. So we're pretty far along. We're filling in some areas of the site still. Where Kristen is helping us get as much content as we can, so when we go live June 1st, it'll look like a really highly functioning, very full of content site. And yeah, that's it. We're really proud of it. So thank you. That's what Alex does.
Well, and as I mentioned, it's all about improving the communication and the transparency of what's happening. And if we're going to actually make the progress we need to across the state, everybody needs to be communicating well and understanding what's happening. And so that's always been the goal for the task force to really be that hub. And so this website is going to provide us real-time information on everything that's happening. So Patrick, looking ahead, when can we expect the website online as a communication tool?
I think June 1 is the official date for the other thing we're going to do on June 1, which I think will be equally important, is we're creating a first ever monthly update. And the idea is for this to be just a couple of pages with links. So you'll see all the updates on grant awards, legislation, announcements, even scientific studies, articles with links. So you've got one place. So instead of trying to, yes, many of you will want to navigate the website, go where you want to go, but for many people that just want to know what's happening right now, we're going to have a monthly update that's full of links that will give you a snapshot of the tremendous variety of things that are going on. So look on June 1 for both of those, the website launch and a monthly update launch.
Great, thanks so much. So let's move on to our next item, and that is an update on what's happening at the Bureau of Land Management. So we obviously have sitting up here our leader, one of our leaders at the U.S. Forest Service, but another important federal agency that manages a whole lot of California's landscapes are the Bureau of Land Management. And Karen Mortensen, who's our state director of the Federal Bureau of Land Management, is here because BLM has issued a sort of comprehensive strategy on wildfire. And we think it's important when something like that happens for us all to sort of get up to speed on what that strategy is sharing. So Karen, as you're giving your presentation, first of all, welcome. Good to see you again. For everybody here and watching on the internet, help us understand sort of BLM's footprint in California and really the kind of the context for which this strategy is created.
Sure. Thank you, Secretary Crowfoot. Be glad to. Am I talking into this? Yeah, now I am. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Karen Mortensen. I'm the State Director for BLM California. I started this job right before the pandemic, so this is great to be here and meet some of you in person that I've seen on the Teams or the Zoom calls, so thank you for inviting us here. I really want to talk to you about what the Department of Interior and the BLM are doing in our forestry and wildfire programs and how the bipartisan infrastructure law is going to support California, support all of you in the wildfire and forest resiliency. And I also want to talk about some of the partnerships that are so critical to our work, and I can explain our land base. I guess I first should say BLM California manages 15 million acres in California. That's about 15% of the state. About 10 or 11 million acres are in the Southern California deserts, in like the eastern part of the desert in Southern California. And so 4 or 5 million acres are scattered through the rest of California. And so that's not as much as the Forest Service manages in this part of the state, but the way our lands are is that they are scattered and they're in a lot of times smaller parcels along the foothills of the Sierras and scattered next to forests, national forests, next to state parks, but a lot of private land mixed in there. And so the work we do, we feel like is really important because we work with partners and and a lot of our lands are where the wildland-urban interface is. There's a lot of communities near our lands. So we feel like we can have a huge impact on providing safety to communities that are near our lands. So, you know, that's kind of our role here, even though we don't have the huge land base. So on the bipartisan infrastructure law, the additional funding that law is providing is going to support Department of Interior's efforts to continue, we've been doing some of this, but to continue to invest in science and research that's needed to better understand the impacts of climate change on fire to help us safeguard communities and people and resources. So the infrastructure law provided $1.5 billion to the Department of Interior's Wildfire Management Program. Now, there was other monies given for other programs in Interior, but for wildfire management, $1.5 billion to address wildfire risk and prepare communities and ecosystems against the threat of wildfire, to try to make some historic investments in forest restoration, hazardous fuels reduction, and post-fire restoration. And maybe I should have said, I'm sure you all know, Department of Interior is made up of 4 main land managing agencies. That's the Bureau of Indian Affairs, the BLM, the National Park Service, and the National Wildlife Refuge System, part of the Fish and Wildlife Service. So BLM's just part of that. The infrastructure law itself acknowledged the important, long-standing partnership between Department of Interior and the agencies in the Department of Agriculture, like the Forest Service and NRCS. And we've historically worked together collaboratively across landscapes to address wildfire risks. On April 4th, the Department of Interior released the Interior's 5-year plan. The Department of Agriculture plan came out like a month or so before that. And so our plan builds on, Interior's plan is a 5-year plan. It complements Department of Agriculture's 10-year plan. And so together, both of these departments are building on the vision and goals of the cohesive strategy, and we're adding science and outlining our shared commitments to responsibly and expeditiously implement these huge investments provided as part of the infrastructure law funding. And these 2 plans together are really trying to target high-risk areas that are going to be a priority for wildfire mitigation attention, and they're showing our commitment to supporting our firefighters through science, technology, training, and workforce reforms. And the plans establish our intent to support communities that are recovering after fires through ecosystem restoration work, to set landscapes on a path towards natural recovery and climate resilience. And finally, these 2 plans really recognize the crucial role of our state, our local, our tribal, and our many other partners to collaborate across jurisdictions as we do this kind of work. So for BLM California, here are some of the things we've had going on lately. For this year, 2022, we're receiving about $9 million in regular appropriations to reduce hazardous fuels on both federal and non-federal lands. And this is a little bit of an increase from prior years. We're expecting to get almost $2 million additional dollars this year through the bipartisan infrastructure bill. Last year, we treated over 25,000 acres of hazardous fuels, and the BLM now has a goal of treating 1 million acres. This is nationwide. And so this year, we anticipate getting a little over 25,000 acres, but we're trying to ramp up in California to treat 50,000 acres a year. And all of that's going to be focused on high-risk areas near communities. So how are we doing this? Well, we're really looking for efficiencies, looking to work with partners to implement these goals. And so some of the things we've done is in 2019, we did a programmatic assessment of hazard removal and vegetation management. So it was a programmatic assessment to front load some of the NEPA and other environmental analysis for fuels reductions near roads, critical infrastructure. And we've done 38 fuels reduction projects since mid-2019 when we approved that plan. So we're continuing work through that plan. We are now working on another streamlined environmental analysis for fuels treatments in the wildland-urban interface. And this is going to be for high-risk areas near the within a mile of the wildland-urban interface. We're analyzing 900,000 acres that we could treat over the next 10 years. And this effort is, we're also trying to do the environmental analysis, the various clearances ahead of time so we can just make it easier to design individual projects. And this effort is really significant, again, because of the way our land base is. So many of those lands are near these communities. We are also analyzing the lands that are at very high risk or very high risk, according to an analysis that the Forest Service and CAL FIRE published a year or so ago that looks at the really high-risk lands. So we are really focusing on those high-risk lands to analyze. The idea is that we would work with partners on doing the fuels reduction in this area, and so that fuels reduction could be done on our land and adjoining private or other lands. And so if a partner could work on a project, they wouldn't have to worry with the BLM permitting part of it. And so we are anticipating having that draft out for review probably at the beginning of next month. So we would hope everyone would look at it, comment, let us know what you think, with the idea of having that out like late this year. Some other things we've been doing, in the last couple of years, we've leveraged more than $18 million in grants that we have gotten from CAL FIRE. And we've used these grants to work on partnership agreements. And that's the Climate Change Investments Forest Health Grant Program. So we're appreciative of that work with CAL FIRE. That's allowed us to do some really significant projects. One project that I got to visit not too long ago, or last fall, is our effort to restore the only BLM-managed giant sequoia grove, and it's within our Case Mountain recreation area in Tulare County. We have 1,000 large sequoia trees and tons more small ones. And we did 1,100 acre understory thinning, and that was a CAL FIRE grant. And it was also a good neighbor agreement with the Tulare County Resource Conservation District, and they're almost finished with that. And so that's an example of the types of projects we do. Then, speaking of good neighbor agreements, we do a lot of those, but we're trying to make that program more efficient through the BLM so we can do more of these good neighbor agreements, especially as we start getting more funding. And so we're really looking forward to more of those good neighbor agreements. Another thing we're really committed to is restoration after wildfire. And one thing we recently did is we put together a climate-smart reforestation plan with American Forests after the Camp Fire in 2018. And this is our first climate-smart reforestation plan that we created with American Forests with the express goal of restoring areas that are going to serve as a connected fuel break with the adjacent lands. And we hope we're sure it's going to build a fire-resilient forest structure and adapt to a changing climate by reforesting with trees better suited to the changes we're seeing, and allow us to actively manage the vegetation into the future. So we're really excited about that. And then one last note, in addition to the fuels money we're going to get through the bipartisan infrastructure bill, we're anticipating that in the near future we're going to get allocations for ecosystem restoration projects, which will have some of that allocation, and that will benefit California. But I have to say, all of these projects, the types of things I described, we at BLM really work with partners and want to work with partners more because, like Secretary Crowfoot, you said, you know, one size can't fit all. So kind of by the nature of the way we do these projects, they're all different. Mm-hmm. And I think it's pretty neat. So anyway, we have an enormous challenge, and I'm really thankful for all the partnerships we have and for inviting me here to give this update.
Great, thanks so much, Karen. Just a quick, what my key takeaways are, you know, more funding into Department of Interior and Bureau of Land Management, working to cut the red tape or, you know, do that environmental planning to clear the projects, and focus on partnerships, given that you've got a lot of neighbors, be they private lands or local or federal. One question I have is, you know, let's take this region where you have some BLM land up by the geysers, pretty close by. How would a local community or a county or a fire safe council or an RCD reach out to the Bureau of Land Management to work with you?
That's a good question, thanks. There's a couple of ways. They could talk to our local offices, and so near there it's our Ukiah office in Ukiah, and call that office, or let me know. Another way is Corrine Francis is here. Corrine is our lead forester for BLM California, and she's got some cards back there, and Corrine would love to steer partners in the right direction.
Great, thanks so much, Karen. Appreciate your work. Let's give her a hand. All right, now we're going to move into the meat of our meeting here, and that's really to understand how these regional frameworks, these regional strategies are getting set up. We're going to do a deeper dive into the strategy for the region that we're in right now in just a moment. But I'm going to ask Kayla E. and Michelle to share, first of all, sort of the approach that state and federal agencies are taking to support these regional efforts. As we said, one thing we know is these solutions are not going to be found in Sacramento or DC. So Kayla E. and Michelle, what are we doing at the state and federal level to really lift up and empower regional leaders?
It's a perfect question. So we're going to walk through a presentation that answers that question. We are having, I want to make sure that we're loud enough for those online because I guess we're having some issues. So I'll speak it loud and we'll have to keep the mic up close. We wanted to open up by introducing ourselves and some of the work that we're doing and then go into the presentation. My name is Kaylee E. Bright. I'm with the California Department of Conservation, and our role in this task force is really centered around those key themes of creating stronger networks, organizing our priorities, and I think, you know, organizing them all towards the common fight that Supervisor Gore very well articulated. We run the Regional Forest and Fire Capacity Program, and we support regional leadership in our states across the state so that we can deploy forest and fire resilience work on all lands. I'll pass it to Michelle.
Thank you. My name is Michelle Berry. I'm the Shared Stewardship Program Coordinator for the U.S. Forest Service here in Region 5. I'm relatively new in my job, but my day job is to work across all lands, projects with the Forest Service and our partners. So broadly, that's a perfect fit for being here. Although Kaylee E. and I are delivering this presentation together as the co-chairs of this Regional Frameworks Working Group, I have to say we work with a really cool and thoughtful group of partners in our group who are really working diligently towards this effort. So a nod to our team there too. So what are regional frameworks? At its core, the simplest way for me to describe this is it's a structure and an organization of a lot of moving parts to try and make sure that we capture all of the parts and pieces, nuts and bolts that are necessary to move us towards this common goal. We provide coordination to state, federal, local agencies, tribes, non-government organizations. We're really focused on finding ways to reduce our redundancy, problem solving and troubleshooting perceived impediments, seeking collaboration opportunities so that we can all move towards this goal of scaling up towards forest health on all lands across the state of California.
So we wanted to, at the front end of the presentation, walk you through the full kind of cycle of what we're going to be describing in the following slides. And it's important to call it a cycle because it really does feed into itself as we go along. And the first part of this is kind of what we're doing here today, and it's the statewide input and support for our regional partners. And Patrick walked through quite a few of the ways that we're going to be supporting and providing guidance to our regional partners, and we'll go into that in the next slide. But what that does, and which is most important in this cycle, is it cements and supports strong regional leadership for action. Key in the regional leadership is for those groups to work towards organized plans of work, organized plans of work that not only just identify projects and create project lists, but organized plans of work that really have a vision and a recognition for the state of things on the ground and the desired conditions for where we want our landscapes to be in the future. Following that, you just have to get down to real projects. Like we can't dwell in the high-level planning and the data management and everything too long. And it really comes down to pulling projects together in actionable portfolios that we can then steer towards long-term and aligned funding from all of our programs, as Patrick walked through earlier. And through that, you start to really build that collective action, not only collective in the sense of priorities shared amongst the parties participating, but collective also in sense of resources in the agencies that are committing their authorities and everything else to these works. And then really critical is we're held accountable for all of this work. This is not only, there's a moral accountability, there's a fiscal, governmental accountability that we actually accomplish the resilience goals that we're seeking to accomplish. So how do we monitor progress? How do we know where we've gotten so that we can then feed that back into the cycle with statewide input and then give additional guidance and additional support for our regional partners? You got it.
So each of the 4 regions in California has long-standing and also emerging priorities surrounding risks and assets throughout the state about all kinds of different issues. So some of these might be wildfire severity, water supply, recreation opportunities, biodiversity, wildlife habitat. That's by all means not an exhaustive list. On top of that, state and federal agencies have specific policies and funding authorities. So summarizing these and other priority framing elements at the regional level is really intended to support project development and implementation at the local level. And so in the next 2 slides, Kaylee is going to describe this in a more detailed way.
So the region's portion of this is meant to really provide 2 functional purposes. The first to the practitioners who work on all sorts, everyone here works in all sorts of different overlapping jurisdictions and maps, and we've had probably way too many meetings about how to draw, how to align all the lines so they all line up perfectly. What we're doing here is we're embracing the overlap and we're embracing the mess a little bit, and then giving that organic, natural structure that's developed over the landscape for kind of simple regions for the practitioners to share and leverage their work and kind of roll up their individual work into something more collective and kind of something that assists each other in meeting a much larger vision. But then for the principals at our state and federal agencies, for this task force, for our bosses, and we want to create a simple, efficient conduit for accountability that principals can use to understand where we're going at the regional level, but also kind of where they're, probably most importantly, which we all know, it's like, yes, the successes, but it's also where are we running into barriers and where can we interject ourselves and problem solve and get to where we want to go. In the regions, we're going to have 3 main deliverables in the near term and probably updated ongoing. First are these regional forums. So regional forums, this isn't a regional forum, but regional forums being in-person and online meetings at the regional scale that will give practitioners a space to meet together and learn about their work and leverage resources and really try to figure out how they can be more efficient in meeting their goals. And then next are regional profiles. This taps into where Patrick was talking about providing resources to regions about conditions on the ground, data related to where we want to go and what we're seeing. And then wrapped into that are regional metrics and regional assessments, really helping our regional partners through the regional groups kind of have a base of information so they don't have to recreate the wheel every time. They can choose to add flashy spokes to the wheel or nicer tires, but really giving them that kind of basic structure then to move and do the real work on top of. How this works kind of in practice, and you're going to hear more about this later. So we're in the northern region. One of my pet peeves is people always want to call it the North Coast region, but we are in the northern region. We love the coast. And within the northern region, we have partners who span from the coast up to the Klamath and down the Sacramento Valley. And it really constitutes a very diverse set of partners. And I'll talk more about the partners in a second. So regional partnerships then, where the regions are more of a geographic collection point for the work that's happening on the ground, the regional partnerships are the collectives of individuals and organizations that are working together to do work over a large landscape. And I see people trying to squint at the map right now to try to see all the different things, and it's kind of hard. So I'll walk through the maps a little bit. So on the left, well, I should say first, when we talk about regional partnerships, these are the partners that we are working with to move projects forward, to do planning, to do all of the work we're trying to do. The map to the left represents the small black dots are the Forest Service collaboratives that really were the foundation for regional partnerships. These are the groups that, over the last couple decades have been meeting, pulling plans together, putting projects together, and are the groups that we're relying on to deploy projects now. The second map on the left, the map to this left, not that left. So, that left. The Regional Forest and Fire Capacity Grantees really captures what Supervisor Gore started to talk about, where we are focused on an all lands approach. And when he walked through the landscape starting here and going north, he started to really capture the complexity of what kind of lands we're trying to knit together into these larger frameworks. And it goes beyond one single type of ownership. So what we're trying to do in the Regional Forest and Fire Capacity Program is knit together coalitions that can really cover those all lands approach and put plans and projects on the ground that can do that work. So through the regional partnerships, and again, this is all of the above organizations, we are going to be putting forward regional priority plans, which are meant to be broad priorities of what kind of work needs to be done. Long-term work plans, this is the real tangible list of projects. If you think about like a transportation funding plan, this is where we want to go in 20 years. Here are the projects, here's the path forward, here are the needs. Let's move this all as a package. And then project pipelines ties into work plans, which is the actual projects permitted and ready to go. So we're just basically trying to line up singular points of leadership to move kind of sequenced projects forward that meet much bigger visions and plans that everybody has bought into. where does that put us on the horizon? So the horizon as we stand now, we are in a really, really strong place in that through our collaboratives, through our Regional Forest and Fire Capacity Program, and through all of the work of folks in the room and in other rooms, we have, great examples of actionable groups of projects that we can move forward on. What we as a department and what we as a program are going to be working on in the near term is really doing the connective hustle to pull together actionable batches of work that we can then take to our funding partners who run larger implementation programs like CAL FIRE, the Forest Service, Wildlife Conservation Board, NRCS, and others, and really try to line up funding for these blocks of projects. Really exciting news from CAL FIRE today, or with the Forest Health Program. They've committed to funding $10 million for the North Coast Resource Partnerships planning process that was done under RFFC. That's the type of activity we want to see, because what that does is it gives our partners, a real funding base to pull in to move work forward, and then bring in other partners to accomplish the bigger goals of the plan.
In the long term, we're going to continue to work more collaboratively along a larger horizon on a bigger scale. One thing that we wanted to point out is that working in this partnership model isn't new. We've been doing that collectively for some time, but we just want to continue to scale up and amplify our efforts. On the Forest Service side, some examples of this: certainly the 10-year fire strategy. The 2 initial investments in California are really good examples, with the North Yuba project and also with the Stanislaus project. We've also had a good history with the Collaborative Forest Restoration, Landscape Restoration Program, CFLRP. And in the last couple weeks, there was another announcement for additional funding to California for 3 projects, one of which is the Western Klamath Mountains project in this region here. We continue to work with the Natural Resource Conservation Service with our Joint Chiefs Landscape Restoration Partnership Program to put collaborative projects on the ground. The Forest Service is working actively right now with CAL FIRE and with Caltrans to expand our Good Neighbor Authority agreements. And I also want to give a shout out that it's not just state and it's not just federal funding that's putting together implementable projects on the landscape, but our non-government organizations, such as our partnership with the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, is also investing significant amount of private investments. So together, we're all working really hard to amplify our current efforts to deliver projects to the ground here in California. So that's what we have, and we're serving as the introduction to the Northern Region's showcase for their work to date. So thank you.
Big thanks to Kaylee and Michelle. I'd like to see if we have a roving mic to take a couple questions from folks who are here participating. And while we do that, if you want to ask a question around this approach to funding regional leaders, regional partners, do raise your hand, and then we've got somebody that will bring a microphone to you. But let me ask you both. So what does tangible success look like in this region in 5 or 10 years? It sounds like a set of projects, comprehensive plans, ongoing funding, almost like I don't know if it's a block grant or something like that to fund. James is saying a thumbs up. I don't know if that's the language we use, but what does it look like? What does success look like in your mind?
I mean, so in my view of success, short and long-term horizon is really having a long-term plan of work with real community buy-in and real local leadership that has funding behind it, but not just state funds or federal funds. I think where we really need to get to, because we can't do this with Forest Health grant dollars alone, and we can't do it with Forest Service spikes in funding, is we really need to stabilize the funding streams too, so it operates more like a traditional infrastructure program where there's shared funding, shared commitment, and a common sense of where everybody's trying to go.
That's really helpful. Michelle, any thoughts?
I think if I'd add one more bit is that we're looking to meet our environmental regulation compliance responsibilities in a bigger collaborative way too, because that will certainly inform our project pipeline. So we're working on that.
Got it. That's really helpful. So that's really the vision, is we want to make sure that the regions are funded and that there's ongoing funding. To state an obvious point, there is no mission accomplished on wildfire resilience. This is an ongoing effort, right? We need to scale up funding, but then we need to maintain that. Whether it's fuel breaks or forest health projects, those really, are really, that work never ends. And so that what we're trying to stand up is something durable and sustained. So big thanks to you both here. James.
Yeah, I just wanted to, first of all, thank you for the partnership and just elaborate just real quickly on this idea of planning, organization, and then the ability to get things done on the ground, because ultimately everybody, including all of our constituents, want to see results, and us as well, and everybody at the state level. But the reason I raised my hand and was going ding, ding, ding was because what I see, especially in most of the areas that are resource heavy, that are also, I won't speak for Mono County and Stacy being lead with RCRC, Rural County Representatives of California, is just a lack of capacity to be able to manage grants and then grant writing, and then on the tail end is grant management. And so this world of the reason that the North Coast Resource Partnership has worked for us is because there's a backbone organization that's funded through the partnership itself. We put a lot of money into that as Sonoma County, into the consultants and the contract, and to the staff. You have Humboldt, which functions as a fiduciary and really brings it to the table. We have all of these folks who can come, but ultimately, the world of it was created for the water bonds, let's be real, right? And so now I was just mentioning to, Director Tyler is that, now we're trying to match our maps, because it would be better if working on fire if we matched CAL FIRE's maps, but you can't do that once you've created a capacity, right? And a level of trust. Let's just be clear on that too. So I think the big thing is a yes, and is for us is, I think, speaking on behalf of counties, is that we have to have skin in the game, but anything that you all can do from the state level to work with us to make sure that we, kind of like our emergency management plans, is we do whatever the heck we need to on the front end planning side. And then we have, I think like ARPA, what we're dealing with is really a block grant with sidebars that says, here's how you have to do accounting. Because I just know that nonprofits, resource conservation districts, county departments, everybody under the sun going after grants and then doing grant management to the nth degree is really killing staff, I would just say. So I just say, you understand that, and it's just like for us, anything we can do to make sure we meet that accountability metric without just evolving into compliance being the check, the compliance being the product rather than results. So appreciate that. Thank you very much.
All right, I'm told that we need to move on because we've got the main event here, which is a couple of panels to talk about regional partnerships here in Northern California, not the North Coast, Kayla E., the northern region. So we're going to ask our panelists to come up to give us the northern regional update, but I want to ask everybody to do yourself a favor, and we're not going to take a break right now, but stand up and stretch while we're bringing our folks up, because this is a long meeting. So give a stretch. That's cool. All right, this is not a break, folks. This is not a break, although there is coffee in the background, or in the back room, in the back of the room. All right, Karen and company, Nick, Leaf, Allie, Chris, please join us.
As we welcome up our panelists, remember everybody, this is not a break.
All right, folks, I said no break. For those of you who can stick around after, we're going to have a reception, and it's going to be a good opportunity to catch up and network. But we're going to stay focused on the work that we have ahead of us, and that is to learn from our panelists. So I'm going to start calling out names if you're not sitting down. If you want to take a conversation, if you want to continue a conversation, please move outside.
Okay, folks, we're going to go ahead and get started with the panel. It is okay for you to stand, but not okay for you to talk. So if you need to talk, you can go ahead and step outside. If you want to stand, move to the back, please. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Know everybody needs stretch. Know everybody is yearning to connect, and I am too. My name's Nick Goulette. I'm executive director of a nonprofit out of Trinity County called the Watershed Research and Training Center. We do local, community-based fire resilience work there and have for 30 years. We get to work at the regional level with the North Coast Resource Partnership and partners from across this entire North Coast region. Statewide, we support the Department of Conservation with the Regional Forest and Fire Capacity Program as a statewide block grantee. And we get to do some great work at the national level connecting communities that are trying to become more fire adapted. So it's an honor to be here and moderate the panel and to introduce you to our panelists. And as Wade, I think, stated, and I think Supervisor Gore did a really good job of sort of bringing it home, there's really a fantastic rationale for the regional governance systems that we're building and sustaining for fire resilience in the state. We have these big regions, and then we boil that down to the scales at which people work together in collaborative partnership. Our North Region RFC block grantees are represented here on the stage. We're going to start out with Karen Gaffney and the North Coast Resource Partnership, but we're also going to hear from Allie Blodorn with Napa RCD, who's working with a whole series of counties across this northern region as well, and then from Chris Wagoner with Tehama RCD. So what you're going to see is some commonalities around these regional governance systems. You're going to see some differences, and they're all finding their own way to build this all-of-society approach to fire resilience and regionalism. So with that, I'll turn it over to Karen.
Thank you, Nick Goulette, one of the most phenomenal leaders of an incredible organization in California. Thank you, Secretary Crowfoot and members of the task force for this opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Karen Gaffney, and I work with a whole array of folks as part of the North Coast Resource Partnership. And I'm going to provide an update today on progress and outcomes that have been derived from these significant investments from the Department of Conservation and the Resources Agency through the RFFC program. First, a little bit about the region. The North Coast region, as it's defined by the partnership, represents the tribal lands of over 34 federally recognized tribes and tribal communities, as well as all or part of 7 North Coast counties, and it's shown here in the green outline. 19,000 square miles, or 12% of California. Very rural region. Close to 50% of the people in this region are below the poverty line. And as you know, there's a lot of different perspectives in the region, and it's a region with a lot of open space and a lot of wildlands. It's a source region for carbon, water, biodiversity, and human capacity. Over 4 million metric tons of CO2 equivalent just a few years ago were documented as being sequestered in the region's forests. It provides about 25% of California's water. It is an international hotspot for biological diversity. And the North Coast tribes have been stewarding this landscape for millennia, and they, along with NGOs, RCDs, private landowners, agencies, and other partners, are all contributing towards landscape resiliency and community resiliency. And you saw that on display at the resource fair this morning, just this incredible brain and heart trust that we have in the region. And you'll see more of it tomorrow if you go on some of the tours. The partnership itself was formed in 2005, so over 17 years ago, and it is a very broad coalition. It is not a public agency. It is a coalition of people working together from the region's tribes, NGOs, all sorts of different entities, agencies, and it is led by, and this is critically important, a leadership council which is comprised of appointees from the region's tribes and counties. And I'm really sad to say that our co-chair, Leif Hillman, who serves as the co-chair of the Leadership Council along with James Gore, had a family emergency and was not able to open this discussion today with his incredible perspective on the importance of integrated tribal and county leadership. Some like to call it democracy at its finest. The Leadership Council has always had an incredibly strong focus on equity, transparency, and inclusion, and all boats rise with the tide model. It also has always had a strong focus on collaboration, and I appreciated the comment about vertical integration and horizontal integration. The partnership has always worked to try to downscale, align with, and integrate the priorities of its state and federal partners, but also its local partners out throughout the region to develop a shared vision and common ground for landscape and community resiliency. The partnership relies upon the best available knowledge and data to drive good decisions in this very large landscape, needing to prioritize where investments get made to get the most bang for the buck. And to do that, it relies upon both tribal science and Western science. And our Leadership Council and our Technical Peer Review Committee, many of whom are in the audience today, and I hope you've had the chance to meet them, are incredibly focused on planning and science and data in support of outcomes on the ground. So not just planning for its own sake. There's about a 95 to 5% ratio of implementation to planning. So if that gives you any sense of how strongly the partnership is focused on implementation and effectiveness, there's a long-term trend of documenting through performance metrics return on investment. And to date, the partnership has managed over $90 million in public agency funds, most of which have gone back out to partners within the region for on-the-ground implementation. And I want to really, at this point, thank the County of Humboldt because they are the fiscal sponsor for the partnership, and it is the reason why, with the incredible team that runs that program, that we have really good credibility, transparency, and respect from throughout the state and federal partners. And then as Supervisor Gore and NCRP Leadership Council co-chair said, the County of Sonoma has made significant investments in the collaborative infrastructure of the partnership since the very inception. And without that, all of the leverage and partnership that we've been doing with so many state and federal partners, and now with CNRA and DOC, would not be possible. The partnership has always had a focus on multiple integrated benefits because we are in this rural region with large landscapes not well connected by built infrastructure, very connected by natural infrastructure. It's very conducive to being able to focus on all of these particular issues or opportunities at one time. So many of our projects and initiatives may at any one time address every single one of these, or at least the vast majority of them. In terms of the Regional Forest and Fire Capacity Program, as I've mentioned, the partnership has been in place for a long time and does have a certain amount of collaborative infrastructure that was already there. However, the investments by DOC and the Resources Agency through the RFFC program have been an incredible catalyst to adding power and depth and reach and the ability to serve more people in the North Coast region. And so we really want to appreciate the vision of this program in really understanding that capacity is a backbone issue and that without it, we aren't really going to have equity in the way that we look at landscape and community resilience. So these are some of the things that we've been working on over the last few years, and I'm really excited that we're working now in partnership with our two colleagues here from Napa and Tehama who are in the earlier days of their northern region RFFC grant programs, and we're learning from them, and I think everyone is learning from one another. But these are some of the things we're focusing on, and you'll hear from them about what they're focusing on. But first and foremost, as KLE said, we're developing a regional priority plan, and that'll be coming out in the next couple of months for public review. We would love every single person in this room to take a look and let us know what we got right or wrong, help us refine it. And that'll be a whole set of priorities, projects, and strategic actions. We also have been spending a lot of time focusing on data assessment and planning at the regional and local scales, and I'll talk about all of these in a little bit more detail in a moment, as well as these strategic solutions. We're developing a project pipeline investing in capacity building, innovation and testing through demonstration projects, and then we're moving very quickly towards the implementation phase of this RFFC plan, and we're very excited about it, and there is a strong intention to have deep performance metrics and be able to report on the return on investment from this work. So this is just a kind of a schematic of the way that the North Coast looks at adaptive planning, prioritization, and implementation. On the top left, you see things like regional assessments and spatial analysis and modeling, and I'll go into that in a bit more detail. But at the same level and deeply integrated with that is local expertise, including indigenous science and traditional ecological knowledge, so that the two of those together make for a much stronger prioritization framework and evaluation framework. And those two working together then inform the identification and evaluation of our strategic actions and our projects, which then move into this collaborative, multi-objective plan development, which is the phase we're in now, where we're finalizing this plan. And then that plan will be implemented, and we will report on the performance of this plan, learn lessons from it, and then start another crank of the wheel. And of course, this is not linear. We all know that. We're doing all these things all the time. I like to characterize it as a three-dimensional Venn diagram rolling down the road. But at its core, the Leadership Council, comprised of tribal and county representatives, is absolutely critical, as is the leadership of our technical peer review committee, also appointed by the regions, tribes, and counties. So here's just an example screenshot of some work, and this was done by our wonderful spatial analysis team, Tuckman Geospatial, who also works with Cass Green Associates, who you may have met today. But working with the Forest Service, CAL FIRE, and local and regional entities, they have put together wildfire hazard potential information for the whole region. They also have been leading with partners like Will Harling and Chris Dunn from University of Oregon and Lisa McKaylee from Pepperwood, a series of potential operational delineations workshops in collaboration with the Forest Service and CAL FIRE and others. And then we're also looking at communities at risk. So here's some kind of 19,000 square mile objective stepped back evaluations that we're doing. And then these same data sets, in this case, this is LIDAR that was collected in Sonoma County in 2013 in a collaboration with the Sonoma Water Agency, Sonoma Ag and Open Space, NASA, USGS, and others. And I think that Director Barheit might appreciate the fact that some of this funding for this updated evaluation came from the NASA Science Mission Directorate, which I understand he used to work for. But you see here in white and black are the higher and lower density fuel loads. You've got building footprints down to incredibly high resolution and roads. And so data like these are incredibly valuable for understanding where we should prioritize our investments in fuel load reduction based on where it is in relationship to a community, but also maybe where we want to do prescribed fire work, and also using this information for evacuation planning. This was initially collected for carbon mapping. It also has major applications that the Ag and Open Space District has used for riparian corridor mapping or for biodiversity protection, for example. We are very excited that the North Coast Resource Partnership has applied for funding with USGS, and that funding has been awarded or is pending to fill in gaps in LIDAR for the whole northern region beyond just the North Coast, and to update data sets like this one from Sonoma County. It will be a real game changer, and we want to thank and acknowledge Secretary Crowfoot and Deputy Secretary Jessica Morse, as well as Nate Roth and Carol Ostergren from USGS, Nate is from DOC, and also Loretta Moreno from CNRA. So we're very excited about this new data moving forward. So at the local scale, as I mentioned, the North Coast Resource Partnership very strongly wants to integrate local knowledge with this regional remote sensing and modeled outputs and other things. And so in service of that, these are some photographs from a workshop that we held in July at Bear River's Tishnan Community Center up in Fortuna. And on the left top is our former Leadership Council member, Edwin Smith, who was on the Tribal Council at that time, and his tribal chairwoman welcoming us to the meeting. On the right is Kathy McCovey, one of our tribal consultants, working with our Director of Tribal Engagement, Sherry Norris, talking about how to integrate tribal land stewardship, which has been practiced for millennia, into planning and making sure that the North Coast Resource Partnerships plan for this RFFC program incorporates this traditional ecological knowledge as well as indigenous science. And then finally, there's about 150 people there collectively that were giving feedback on the plan, on the solutions, on the prioritization of investments, and all of that is making its way into our RFFC plan. So a core piece of that plan is these sets of solutions and strategic actions, and that's balanced by actual projects. And I'll talk about the projects in a moment. These are things that are more maybe policy-oriented, or they're the underlying conditions that need to be shifted in order for us to achieve landscape resilience. And they're underlined as actions because in our plan they are very specifically implementable on either a 2-year, 5-year, 10-year framework. They will have dollar amounts associated with them and resource allocations, and they will get down to the level of being scopes of work. And they span the gamut from workforce to tribal leadership and stewardship to procurement policies to land use policies, woody biomass utilization, et cetera. And this is a really big core piece of our plan, and we're excited to have all of you take a look at it and let us know what we missed or what we got wrong. In addition to data assessment and planning and solutions and strategic actions, we are building a very robust project pipeline and a project tracking system. And I want to right now thank and appreciate Chief Gabe Schultz, because in the early days of the Northern Region portion of the task force, he did just yeoman's work to do outreach and cast a really broad net for projects in the region. And he then has kind of handed those off to us to put them in this project tracker system, understand which ones need technical assistance. And this is a geospatial database. It's open source, totally flexible, can be modified, but it will tell us where a project is, how big it is, what state it's in, who's asking for funding, whether they need technical assistance, et cetera. And in addition to Chief Schultz, we also have had a lot of support from the California State Coastal Conservancy and local tribal and county partners in feeding projects into this system, including our Tribal Engagement Director, Sherry Norris. We also have, so far, about 350 projects that are in the system and anticipate an additional 700 in the next year or so, and that will give us a really good understanding of what's going on in the region project-wise. Here's just, this is still in beta, so these aren't the best graphs. We're going to spruce them up a little bit, but give you a sense of the types of metrics that the system can report on. You know, how many jobs were created, how many habitat restoration projects by what type of habitat, whether there are projects that support cultural values and things like that. And I do want to say that in keeping with the NCRP's long-term intention and practice of always integrating with, downscaling, and aligning with state and federal priorities as well as local priorities, everything that's in this project tracking system will be downscaled from and aligned with the interagency tracking system that Patrick Wright was just talking about. And so there's a strong intention to make sure that, you know, CAL FIRE objectives and metrics are embedded in this, as well as Forest Service, as well as the interagency tracking system. And the beauty of this is that it's open source and it's modifiable. So as things change and evolve, we can change and evolve right along with it. One of the major factors in project success and having a really robust and thoughtful and credible project pipeline is that we provide technical assistance to ensure that those folks maybe who don't have the capacity to fully develop a project get some support in doing that, so that they then can access this very significant amount of funding that's coming down from the state of California and the federal government. So, you know, certainly we want to continue to work with well-resourced entities and NGOs and agencies, but we absolutely want to make sure that those that are not well-resourced don't get left behind and don't get left out of the opportunity to apply for this funding. And so in service of that, the RFFC program has allowed us to help ensure that equity and access by, through a competitive grant program, developing a competitive RFP, developing a qualified pool of experts in a whole array of disciplines, both tribal and non-tribal consultants. And they then are deployed to help project sponsors with project development. So we have an ongoing call for proposals for project sponsors, and they help them with CEQA, NEPA, grant development, mapping, design engineering, et cetera. And what we have found is that even a relatively small investment of resources, say with grant writing, can have massive leverage potential. So for example, a $10,000 investment of resources with the Ruth Lake project with the Humboldt Bay Municipal Utilities District, where they had a massive wildfire that was affecting their water supply, resulted in an over $500,000 grant from the Forest Health Program. So that's what we want to see is this funding going to really help entities that need help just to have great projects be successful. Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, 2 more slides. And in terms of innovation, we have 13 demonstration projects that we have funded through a competitive process. These are leaders in the region that have been doing this work for a long time and have agreed to focus on the quantification and sharing of their information as they go through their projects. And they range from tribal projects to looking at prescribed fire, or multi-agency projects working on a variety of things, biochar, vegetation management, et cetera. And they are sharing their work through these really detailed ArcGIS story maps that are shown here, and these will be ready for public deployment shortly. And this is the Siskiyou County Collaborative Prescribed Burn Association. And then finally, we're moving into RFFC plan implementation via a call for proposals, a CAL FIRE pilot project that was just announced recently, whereby we will test bed with KLEE and Angie Lotus and others and Tim Robards. How do we move from the RFFC plan into an actual pilot on the ground at the landscape scale? As I mentioned, we're also very excited about the LIDAR expansion and what that means for all sorts of things. And we are working with philanthropic partners on enhancing tribal and rural fire department capacity and stream corridor protection. And of course, we are very excited to implement a number of the things that Director Wright talked about in the CNRA wheelhouse, 30 by 30 climate smart strategies. And then we're working with OPR on a regional woody feedstock plan and sub-regional pilots. So with that, I'll close. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time, and thank you, Task Force.
Thank you, Karen. So as everyone can see, these regional intermediaries are doing so much more than prioritize project planning and project pipelines. Really appreciate that, Karen. Now we'll hear from Ali Blodone with Napa RCD.
Hi, everyone. It's really great to be here with you today. My name's Ali Blodorn, and I'm the Principal Program Manager of Napa RCD's Forestry Program. So we are administering the RFFC program block grant for the Intercoast Collaborative, which spans Colusa, Lake, Napa, Solano, and Yolo counties and spans over nearly 5,000 square miles. Each county in our collaborative is represented by a lead partner organization that's operating a forest health and wildfire resiliency program. And this includes Colusa County RCD, Clear Lake Environmental Research Center, Napa RCD, Solano RCD, and Yolo RCD. And all of the counties in our region happen to fall within the CAL FIRE LNU unit, and we're really fortunate to have strong working relationships with our unit. So today, as Karen mentioned, we're very early in the process of our RFFC block grant, so I want to tell you a little bit about how we have been approaching our partnership. So at the time of our block grant application, we did an informal county-based needs assessment to inform kind of an initial high-level work plan and regional priorities, and then to formalize our partnership, what we did was we opted to establish an MOA between Napa RCD and all of our lead partners. And we did this for a couple of reasons. It allowed us to build a mechanism for more easily reallocating funds across our counties if we need to do so. It also allowed us to build in a process for a mechanism for more, to conduct a county-based needs assessment, a more formal assessment of all of the needs across our region, and then build from there more detailed county-level work plans and a regional priority plan. So we're currently in the process of finalizing our needs assessment, and we're going to be launching that this summer. So although we're really early in our process, we're very proud of what we've been able to achieve so far, thanks to the support from the Department of Conservation. Across our lead partners, we've hired 9 new staff, including both full-time and part-time staff, to support growth in our forestry program and fire programs. We've supported 29 staff trainings and certifications, and this ranges from firefighter 2 trainings to build technical capacity for prescribed burn associations, to chipper equipment trainings, for fuel management programs, to GIS trainings for new staff, and so on. We've also engaged over 75 local and regional partners, exploring ways that we can partner to build capacity amongst our partners and partner on planning projects so we can make more projects shovel-ready, as well as active engagement in some of these. And as Karen mentioned, we're in the process of building these detailed plans, but we're also on the ground doing the work, and so trying to juggle both at the same time and do as much as we can. We were very fortunate to be able to come together for an in-person kickoff meeting earlier this year with all of our lead partners and DOC, and this was really a great way to be able to begin to align on a shared vision for our work. And while our regional priority plan is still in development, some of the priorities that have been surfacing amongst our group include project planning and environmental review capacity, so that we can move more projects to being shovel-ready quicker, organizational development to support all of our organizations so that we have the structures, systems, and processes that help us to support and sustain our growth. We want to be able to do this work long-term, not just in the next few years, as well as grant writing support to maximize additional funding that we're able to bring into our region. One thing we're really excited about within our region is the potential for equipment and resource sharing. So identifying opportunities for equipment caches to maximize cost effectiveness and efficiencies, as well as sharing knowledge and expertise across our region. An example of this is a regional chipper program that Yolo and Solano counties are currently putting into work. We also are very committed to development of PBAs, and our partners in Yolo County have really done amazing work on this, and I know Napa RCD as well as our other partners are excited to learn from them as we stand up our own PBAs. And then we're also supporting, after the fires, regional administration of the Regional Conservation Partnership Program and the North Bay Forest Improvement Program. And we're really excited that the NBFIP program was recently awarded another $3.5 million, so that will allow us to broaden the scope of the work that we're all able to do together. So we're really appreciative of the support from DOC, and although I'm only able to talk about the beginnings of what we're doing, I think a year from now we'll be able to really show some tangible accomplishments that we were able to do thanks to everyone coming together and sharing our expertise. So thank you all.
Thank you, Allie. Really exciting. You see those themes of capacity building, right? North Coast Resource Partnerships, Sierra Nevada Conservancy, decades deep into running these regional partnerships, and you see Napa RCD taking leadership and stepping up into that, and rapidly taking a lot of those same themes and strategies that have been employed and building them in across that multi-county region. So thank you, Allie. All right, we'll welcome up Chris Wagner. He's going to talk about what Tehama County RCD is leading.
Thank you. So really quickly, I just want to speak to the fact that anybody in the audience or listening online knows it's almost impossible to keep me to 5 minutes. So if this group's ability to do that says what they can do in the future, I think we're all in a good place. So we've really branded ourselves moving forward as the Northern Sacramento Valley Coalition. Branding is everything in these kind of businesses, so that's what we're doing. This presentation looks to really answer 3 questions about ourselves. Who are we? What is our focus? And where do we want to go? Okay, so our coalition partners actually have 4 different stakeholders. Ourselves, the lead of our RFFC coalition, which is the RCD of Tehama County, representing Tehama County. Western Shasta RCD, which represents most of Shasta Valley, or excuse me, yes, Shasta County. Shasta Valley RCD, which represents portions of Siskiyou County, and then Glenn County RCD, which represents all of Glenn County. So what is our focus? Our focus is built upon smart conservation. And really what that is built upon are practices of modern techniques within forest landscape health, indigenous practices, and also bringing about technology into this to really increase our pace and scale and identify prioritization on the landscape. We believe in collaboration and innovation. We'll speak a little bit more about that. Really what we've defined as important coalition activities off the bat are creating a structure of a governance structure, meeting structures, understanding each other's capacity, not only with staffing, equipment, consultants, and other resources, which is really going to allow us, again, to identify very quickly what we can get to on the landscape to get things done right away. We've really defined our strategy within the short, medium, and long-term buckets. Analyzing these capacities right away can get us on the landscape immediately to do projects. So, again, I think one of our biggest accomplishment thus far is since we were awarded our contract in October, our coalition-wide has been able to apply for over $42 million of funding to be able to get on the landscape within next year to do some of those projects. So while we don't have metrics specifically for the coalition-wide, these are some of our early targets we've had in our grant solicitations just this year, and that's to treat 6,000 acres and for fuel reduction, to have a biomass project, 1,000 acres or more of Trex burning, replanting over 100,000 trees from reforestation, 170 home target for defensible space. And when we move into some of our alternative projects that we do in our conservation, we have a mobile irrigation lab that focuses on our agricultural community. So part of that solicitation will allow us to continue that with 70 irrigation evaluations, 12 pump tests across 4 counties. The GSA is, I think, something that we're all becoming aware of, and for us to lean into that is really going to allow us to prepare when those types of funding come down, and we need to create sustainability. And then again, part of our habitat restoration is we're working with a large landowner to move 450 wild cows, again, for habitat restoration. So where do we want to go? We want to be able to expand these projects, focus on collaboration with our coalition resources to seek and complete these cross-border projects, really focusing on our internal operations as well. So while cross-border is important to us, each of us is still growing and need to understand what we're capable of and what our community is really asking for, and we need to respond to that as well. We'd also like to participate in academic research. It's important for us to be able to show not only to our internal stakeholders, but to larger stakeholders what this is about. This conservation effort doesn't end in California, it begins in California, and we want to be able to participate about lessons learned and successes we're having in order to move forward in the future. We want to develop a monitoring and maintenance pipeline. It is fantastic that we can look to our funders to be able to understand what it's going to take to get a project done, but more importantly, we need to know what it's going to take to make these things sustainable in the long run. We don't want to go back 10, 15 years from now and redo a project that'll cost us the same amount of dollar amount. We want to find a way where we can segment these things to be able to accomplish them in a maintenance pipeline so we're really never having to look again at a complete project. We want to understand maintenance. We believe that FEMA's definition of 3-year maintenance for their mitigation is a standard that we should all apply to and try to adhere to when we're looking at projects in the future. Again, we'd like to utilize LiDAR imagery as we've seen across our stakeholders. However, we're taking a different approach. We're actually going to be buying a drone that is a lot of money. We've had 2 separate drone pilots that are now certified. We want to be able to go to all of our projects and be able to do a pre and post job analysis to understand the metrics we're being able to provide and show what this work type is actually doing and equate that to a dollar amount so we can broadcast to our larger stakeholders and again, understand what it's really going to take to meet our million-acre strategy. Again, KPI development is important for us. We have an easy one right now that we've focused on in terms of the planning dollars we've spent in order to those project pipelines we're trying to seek funding for. Currently for the RCD of Tehama County, while we spent some of our funding on other items to build up our capacity, thus far within 6 months we've spent $13,000 of staff costs to seek $30 million of funding for our RCD, which serves our community. If that doesn't speak for myself, I'm really not sure what does at this point, but that's the kind of effort and project work that we want to do. So I'll keep it short because I know we're short, but 2 certain things I want to say. First of all, this is not possible without our local CAL FIRE unit. They have worked with us on our environmental review to help us streamline, and without that, these numbers are not going to be possible. And to be able to have that relationship with our local CAL FIRE unit is important for us, and it's obviously all important for you as well. Secondly, these numbers are a drop in the bucket. This is not even close to 1 million acres. We need funding. We need the direct funding. I need to be allowed to make a mistake. I need to know that that mistake is supported, because without the mistakes that we're going to make with trying to reach a 1 million acre strategy, we're not going to succeed. So if it's a matter of understanding our pace and scale, allow us to make mistakes, allow us to work through our paces, our scales, to get these projects done. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. All right, great. We saw a lot of commonality and also a lot of diversity in the regional approaches. So thank you all for laying those out for us. I'm going to give the first cut on question here to the task force director, Patrick Wright, and then we'll continue with some question and discussion. Patrick.
So for each of our panelists, for those who haven't followed this, particularly those that are watching from the rest of the state, each of these areas are geographically larger than your typical forest collaboratives in the Sierra or Southern California. And in fact, the question I get asked every time I mention the North Coast Partnership, people stop me mid-sentence and say, wait a minute, let me get this straight. You're prioritizing projects from Sonoma to Modoc County? All those counties, all those watersheds, all those supervisors? How do you do that? And now we're hearing 2 more initiatives that are 5 or 6 counties. Give us a flavor of how that works, because there's folks around the state that are, of course, aspiring to scale up and are just beginning to think about how they bring together folks at that scale. Sure, go ahead.
Sorry, technical difficulties. Can you hear me? Thank you. That's such a great question. We were asked that question by the Department of Water Resources when we started, as Supervisor Gore said, the IRWM program. And the question was, are you crazy? Like 19,000 square miles, 7 counties. And I think there are a lot of reasons for thinking that that is an appropriate scale. The landscape is, although quite different sociopolitically, biophysically, there are a lot of similarities. And we know that climate change and fire and wildlife corridors and so many other things do not respect county boundaries or even necessarily watershed boundaries. So having that stepped back objective, in 19,000 square miles and the particular footprint we have, there's no secret sauce or magic to that. I think it had a lot more to do with kind of cultural affinity of what we used to characterize as a band of underdogs banding together to take on LA Water and Power and Met to compete for funding for IRWM. I mean, that's kind of how it started, just to be honest. But it has grown way, way beyond that into a much more diversified approach. And so far, at least, the center is holding in that large landscape, whether you're talking about climate resiliency or human community resiliency or economic vitality, seems to be an appropriate scale for thinking about regional collaboration, partnership, and working together in the most efficient and effective way possible. And I think what Supervisor Gore said is really important. The NCRP is not a centralizing entity. It doesn't actually do projects. Its job is to assess, plan, convene, amplify, message, get funding, and then redistribute it back out. And there's a huge efficiency and economy of scope and scale by doing that at the scale of 19,000 square miles, at least for our region. Certainly would not work for downtown LA, but it seems to work for our region.
If I may, one thing I wanted to add was there's a unique part of this structure, which is the technical review panel and the policy review panel. And I just want to state that for anybody who's been involved in these things, is because for me as a county supervisor, as an elected, sitting there with 7 other counties and other tribes, we have never been in a position where we're sitting there jostling over funding. We've never been like, oh, out of this $5 million block grant for water or whatever, I need to fight for this $500,000 because we have RCDs, agency reps, and everybody on a technical review panel. And then with respect to especially the tribal, but not just tribal, other underserved areas per kind of some of the, what was it called, the model that evaluated underserved communities throughout the United States. Yes, EnviroScreen. Like we were able to put like upstream money into capacity building from a regional entity in that too. So we've seen not only funding from these things, but Strategic Growth Council, about $1 million into funding. And so we're just trying to figure out how to mobilize it into these other need areas.
Thanks. I want to actually ask a knock-on question to that for Allie and Chris, because another thing I hear often when we're talking about the regional frameworks and we're thinking about RFFC and regional prioritization plans is really how does this relate to all these other scaled planning efforts, from community wildfire protection plan to the local landscape collaboratives, which might be embedded in and even span, some of these regions, CAL FIRE unit plans. So thinking about how we incorporate, all of this sort of local landscape, jurisdictional level planning into then what's a unifying sort of regional framework and plan. So if you could speak a little about both sort of how you're dealing with that, challenges, sort of opportunities that presents.
Sure. So for our Intercoast Collaborative, I think one starting point for that is a lot of our groups in our region already had strong working relationships with one another. So that allowed us to kind of have some of that trust and rapport that will, make us feel comfortable saying like, oh, this is an area where we're weak and this is an area where someone else is strong. And so we can leverage each other's strengths and then identify where we need to pull in outside experts to help us build our capacity and our technical capacity and expertise. I think another thing is, this needs assessment that we're going to go through while we all are kind of working on the ground and we know these are some of the tangible things we need to be doing. It can often feel like, well, what's the point of doing a needs assessment? We should just go to work. And I think what's good about, oh gosh, sorry. What did I do? Okay, sorry, try again. That's really useful about this needs assessment is it helps us create an entrance point for conversations with entities we might not already be working with so that we can start to build those relationships, identify opportunities for collaboration, as well as create kind of those longer term plans that will allow us to kind of serve as our North Star that we can always look to as we're working on the ground to make sure that we're speaking to the needs of our communities and that we're leveraging all of the partnerships that we can as we evolve and grow over time.
Yeah, for ourselves, coalition-wide, we've had the benefit of having CWPPs of 3 of the 4 counties. The 4th county is working on finalizing that right now. So that's been able for us to have an agency standard to start off with, while we're working with our education outreach with a coalition-wide and really leveraging community opinion for that qualitative analysis, for them to be able to give us what they believe to be important in those communities. That way we can, while still targeting what we have in our CWPPs, allow us to inject some of those smaller projects into our larger grants to be able to accomplish some of those things. Really, as we look into our long-term strategy of what that prioritization looks like, while we have agency-wide community engagement, it's going to come from our LiDAR data and our data analysis in terms of that holistic perspective. Because we'll be able to reference data science to be able to show through quantitative measurements what those fuel hazard zones look like, how we can then work with our outreach departments to be able to emphasize that through an educational process. We're lucky though, demand is out there. And we don't have to do a lot to convince them of the needs of these types of projects. But I think internally for ourselves, we stuck to strategic assets. We started with the most important people in our community, which is our community, and how they are able to go to and fro from their homes to do things in that community. It's irresponsible for us in Tehama County to allow a video of somebody escaping through a fire tunnel on a county road anymore. So what we've really been focused on those grant solicitations is defensible space, roadside fuel treatments, expanding into strategic assets such as communication towers and things like that, because we know we're going to get funded to get those things off the ground. We know we're going to have community support within those projects. That's how we continue to solidify that engagement to when we may have a more of a difficult conversation about why we do need to prioritize one versus the other. We've allowed trust to be able to be developed so they understand what we're trying to do, and it's at the benefit of the whole community, not just part of it.
Nice, thanks you two. Definitely facilitating implementation of those other planning tools I hear. So I want to allow the executive committee, any questions for the panel? Yes, Stacy.
You go for it, Don and Stacy.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to operate the mic here. Karen, I guess one thing that really stood out from your presentation was you've got 19 years of working collaboratively with tribal leadership as front and center of the work that you're all doing. And as we think about the opportunities for expanding tribal leadership across the state with various initiatives, both at the state, federal, local levels, what do you think, I guess, would be kind of like the most critical element of that engagement that you find as being most successful that might be useful for other folks in working in that?
Good question.
It's a great question, and the first thing I would say is I don't speak for the tribes. And you know, we have our tribal engagement director, Sherry Norris, as well as tribal leadership in the form of our leadership council members. And we have a structure that's co-equal leadership. It's leadership council co-chairs, vice co-chairs, and executive committee members, as well as appointees to our technical peer review committee. But what I have learned in listening to the tribes is that there is not nearly enough funding. And Sherry, if you're here, you may wish to stand up, and hopefully Margot and Mary and Bill Tripp, if he were here, would address this on the next panel as well. But there needs to be funding for tribes to have conversations with one another and within their tribe and with one another to make recommendations in these plans for how they want to see these plans prioritized and implemented. The North Coast Resource Partnership, because we have the great benefit of having tribal leadership and tribal staff and tribal technical peer review committee, tribal priorities are permeated throughout our plan and throughout our projects. And so I think there's a real difference between, as I understand it, in listening to tribes, between asking someone for their opinion about a draft plan and engaging the tribes as they should be as a sovereign nation and tribal governments at the very beginning of the process, and also respecting that, you know, the Western model of, okay, here's a draft, you got 30 days, let us know when you're done, and if you don't respond, that means you didn't care, is not a model that's going to work. And so we need to shift our thinking about time and space, and also reflect and remember that, you know, many of the tribes are dealing with COVID fallout, fire fallout, not to mention, you know, a rather large elephant in the room, which is the history of genocide.
Stacy.
Thank you. Really great presentations, and I am taking this in from the perspective of a place that's aspiring to do what you all are doing. And I'll say for Mono County, the RFFC program really has been a game changer. Thank you, Sierra Nevada Conservancy. So I feel like this is a job interview question, but I want to ask it anyway. Could one of you share a mistake or some other lesson that you learned along the way that would be valuable to places and people like me?
I go quick. I want to get things done, and that is not everybody's pace and scale. I come from an agency where came from working in recovery efforts that you should have got it done 6 months ago. So for us, I jumped into this thinking really ignorantly, we're all ready for this. We all understand what this grant is. We understand how to increase our pace and scale. Like, let's start yesterday. And that's not the way that it happens for everybody. Part of what that has been conceived from, though, is the ebbs and flows of funding for RCDs in particular. And you had to respect their conservatism in this approach. You know, these are not just targets that we're hitting. These are people's employment. This is people's families. These are risk assessments in terms of how we're kind of increasing that pace and scale. So I learned very quickly to slow down, or am trying to. And so that, for me, has been a great guiding light, because it continues to remind me that I can't be the one setting that pace and scale. It needs to be a group effort, and being able to hear and listen to what those complications are, I think has allowed me to speak to our stakeholders and up and down and laterally in communication about what we're facing on the ground. And you know, ultimately, the million-acre target is what we want to get to. It's just a matter of we want to do it where we're doing it together and not just in a siloed effect.
So yeah.
Great. Do you want to go, Allie?
Sure. Yeah. I'm only 3 months into my job, so I haven't had too much time to make a lot of mistakes yet. But I will say some of the biggest challenges are figuring out how to balance our time on our RFFC block grant with all of the other work that we have going on already, and particularly balancing our staff time. I know that's a challenge at Napa RCD as well as all of our partners in our region, and figuring out how do you scale up your staff quickly enough, but in a way that you know is going to be sustainable when there is a big burst of funding right now, but you never know how long that's going to last, and we want to provide sustainable careers for the people we bring on to work in this space. So that's definitely something that's top of mind as we're thinking about how do we get enough boots on the ground to do this work.
Just very quickly, I mean, I'm only one person in a very large coalition, but I think one of the things I would say that we've learned rather than calling it a mistake is just to take the time to listen and to evolve and to adapt. So we've adapted our mission goals and objectives, but we've also really adapted the approach to tribal leadership and governance, and that how it is now is not how it started out. And a lot of that came from just having conversations with one another and being together and understanding.
I have a question. So just to be provocative, if you had a magic wand, I handed you a magic wand, what's one thing you would change about, I'll put ourselves on the spot, state government in the way that we're supporting you? Or what's one thing, what would you ask for? Because you have a lot of decision makers from state government at all levels in the room, and I'm always about tearing the Band-Aid off and asking you how we can improve our support for you.
So while I just talked about being too fast, let us go faster. And so what I mean by that, though, is that it's your responsibility, it's our grantors' responsibility to make sure we're doing work appropriately, safely, and hitting our targets. When we already have work on the books right now, we need to be able to be allowed to do more, allow us to leverage out, allow us to recognize, like all of us do, that pressure makes diamonds, right? I need to get the work done. I have this grant in front of me. I'll go hire more people. I'll figure out a contract agreement. I will make it work, right? And so while we're always working with standardization and understanding collectively just how to make things work at that top level, be flexible. Again, allow me to make a mistake because I am sure going to learn from it and do twice as good the next time around. Don't inhibit us by what we have going on right now from increasing our pace and scale immediately.
I think I've heard a lot of people say for the many, many years that I've been involved in this work that, well, we should have the state and federal agencies be better integrated and work better together. And I think it's realistic and you're a model of it. At the same time, I really believe that the mechanism of regional block grants through regional collaboratives and letting those regional collaboratives act as the watershed of kind of tributaries of funding and objectives from the state and federal partners is a way faster way to get to pace and scale. Because, and the other part of that has to be part of that kind of block grant model of downscaling and integrating the priorities of DWR, CNRA, DOC, SGC, USFS, et cetera, is that those regional collaboratives need to be held to high standards. And that's one of the things that DWR did early on in the IRWM program that we hated at the beginning. We hated being told you have to have performance metrics and economic viability and look at all these other things. And we resisted it until we realized what an incredible gift. And so I think being held, it made us grow and change and evolve, but being given large block grants and being told by an entity such as yours that represents multiple agencies, you have to meet the objectives of all of us and implement our plan, which is inherently a multi-agency plan, and you have to do it to certain standards of equity, science, effectiveness, reporting, et cetera. And then when you do that, we will give you a large amount of money, and you have to maintain those standards, and if you don't, you won't get funding.
Okay, we've got about 10 more minutes with the panel. The executive committee, welcome additional questions, or we're going to take a couple from the audience.
Let's do that.
So we have one in the middle here. We're going to need to get a mic to you. Got one coming. Yep. State your name.
Melanie Parker. Thanks, Nick. Green means go. My question for the task force is whether or not there is a way, if you're already pondering the idea of several years of implementation dollars funneling to these regional partnerships. And the reason I ask is that some of us in the room were part of creating and the beneficiaries of the Collaborative Forest Landscape Restoration Program. And the beauty of that, speaking as somebody who was leading a backbone organization, was that once you met the criteria, which was you have to work at landscape, you have to work in partnership, you have to be science-based, you have to do adaptive management, as soon as you met that, you got 10 years of implementation funding, that's what relieved, to Supervisor Gore's point, our staff from having to jump at every single funding source and write grant after grant after grant and report after report after report. So I'm just wondering if that's something that the task force is looking at.
That's exactly where we're headed. As you heard earlier today, the Forest Service gave $80 million to just two areas, because the North Coast Partnership, the North Yuba Partnership, and the Stanislaus Partnership met that test that Karen's talking about. They're in a high-risk area, they have a comprehensive plan, they have buy-in, they have a tracking system. Once they've met those tests, that then is going to free folks up for what the agencies involved with the task force are calling landscape scale grants and investments. As we heard today, CAL FIRE for the first time is pioneering this itself with a $10 million grant to the North Coast Partnership for multiple years, because we've heard from you over and over and over again, it's a huge capacity suck to apply for individual grants for individual projects. And if regions like these can come together, pull together these comprehensive plans that have buy-in, the goal is to try to then invest in those regions for a 5 to 10 year grant so that you can hire the contractors, the consultants, the folks on the ground that you need. That's the goal. To be candid, it's not easy to do in state and federal government when you're dealing with annual budgets. Okay, so we've got a lot of work to do to try to figure out how to do that in a way that works. We've also got to figure out a way to do it that leverages state and federal money so that both branches are infusing, these regional entities with money. But that's exactly where we're trying to head, is shifting from competitive grants that are scattered across the landscape to landscape scale collaborative grants to collaboratives. So we've got a lot of work to do, but that's the hope.
Yeah, and I would just say agree, and I think it's just being honest, it's a work in progress. So the more that you can educate us and educate your legislators, for example, in Sacramento, around the need for ongoing sustained funding, the better. I think we're making progress, but we're not there.
Thank you for amplifying an important element of the whole regional framework idea here. Questions for the panelists? We have one in the center back there. Yeah. No, right behind you there.
Hi, my name is Allison. I work for the Tribal Eco Restoration Alliance based in Lake County. That was a great question, because that was pretty much my question. I'm one of two people managing 6 grants and 2 work contracts on a 10-person team. It's always this question of how much energy we're putting into the actual restoration, resilience, wildfire resiliency building for tribal communities in Lake County, and then the energy suck that goes into tracking that many grants, staring at that many spreadsheets, et cetera. So just wanted to echo that, and thank you for saying it. I guess kind of referencing what Supervisor Gore meant and what was also just referenced right now, and something that Karen mentioned in her presentation, is this accessibility to grant development support, or this idea that, as you've mentioned, it's in the pipeline, it's a work in progress, is not literally just the access to the funding, but literally like access to a grant writer, and especially speaking on behalf of like small grassroots organizations that I know of, especially ones that are working with tribal organizations or still trying to get those, those groups off the ground, tribal hand crews off the ground, but don't necessarily, there's an accessibility gap in being able to do that kind of grant management, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does to me, and I'll say this, which is, just to be honest, historically, our agencies have sort of perpetuated inequity in grant resources because we've created criteria that only the best funded entities can meet. And so the smaller organizations or organizations without the staff resources can't compete. The good news is that there is a paradigm shift underway in the state when we're recognizing that we have to provide a lot more capacity and technical assistance to really create equitable opportunities. And so that's underway both on the wildfire side and more broadly. I'll say too that there's another shift that's happening, which is this, from my perspective, your success is our success. We're not going to get this done as state agencies or federal agencies by ourselves. If we're going to meet these targets, which are really ambitious, we need to empower all organizations to hit it out of the park. And that includes organizations like yours, that includes the Resource Conservation District, that includes our state conservancies, fire safe councils. So our investment in your capacity is a good long-term investment in our own goals. Historically, the state hasn't necessarily thought that because they think, well, why are we funding the operating capacity of non-governmental organizations? We'll take care of our house, they take care of theirs. But from my perspective, the scale of the crisis is so great, we need to empower everybody to help us solve that. So I'll say, continue to raise that up in forums like this because I think we're making progress, but we need to be held to account.
Great. And I think we heard a little bit about how NCRP is trying to support that very need. Let's hear from Allie and Chris a little bit about how they're looking to approach that issue.
Yeah, so working with our partners across the region, particularly smaller organizations that don't have those resources to engage in grant writing is definitely a focus area for us. We've been in conversation with our Napa Firewise as well as other partners in Napa, exploring ways that we can support grant writing. Sorry, I'm getting some feedback. Okay, I'll use this one. So that's definitely a focus area for us, and I say we'll be sending our region-wide needs assessment to Lake County before too long as well. So we'll definitely want to hear from you there, and it's making me realize not only is there a need to be supporting our partner organizations with grant writing, but also managing those grants once they get them, and I think that there's definitely a lot of opportunity to support on that side as well. So thanks for raising that.
For ourselves, thus far, we're using it, I'll get to you, in an outreach component. So we wanted to empower some of our smaller communities in the WUI to really allow them to develop their own subgroups to create an internal prioritization, but also to help us leverage the work that we want to do. It takes a lot of temporary entry permits, landowner engagement for us to get the work done, and as we've learned in the past, government is not always the friendliest face to do those things. So when we're actually able to utilize those groups, we leverage their ability to go into the community and to work with the stakeholders who aren't necessarily wanting to work with us to get a collective project done, to amplify some of the project descriptions that we're trying to do, and to, kind of shine a light on the clarity of what our objective is. That has really planted a seed that we didn't expect, the tree that's grown. I mean, we have some ambitious people with a lot of excitement about protecting their communities, not ending up like a community that has been tarnished by fire. We want to use that to the collective benefit. So whether, again, it's reaching out to have them engage with the landowners on a more community basis, using those efforts as a cost share within the grant to be able to leverage, again, their ability to communicate project milestones. It allows us to step back, focus our areas in other ways, but then create a constant stream of communication where we're always updating back and forth about what we're doing and what the changes are and some of the things that we're going to be doing in the future. Beyond that, it's being creative. We're looking to fund an irrigation district right now that has a 100-year-old infrastructure that may not fit into the nice nitty-gritty of what we're looking for, but we recognize that, again, that is a part of a holistic approach to conservation and something we want to be a part of, not waiting on the sideline to participate later on.
I am sadly going to have to bring us to an end in this panel. We're running a little behind, and this has been really rich. Heard a lot about how these regional frameworks are manifesting real places, real organizations, and partnerships. This tension of building a shared governance structure while trying to go fast. This tension of needing to invest in capacity while wishing we had it years ago, and being in the midst of a crisis. And I think you can see that each of these regions, through a shared governance structure, through assessing where they're trying to go together, are really finding ways to invest in all of these different dimensions. Go fast, take the time to build capacity where you need to, build trust and governance that can sustain over time. And I think what they're building is very much something that the state and federal government can see ways to invest in that long-term type of commitment that creates stability that Melanie talked about and that Secretary Crowfoot amplified. So thank all of our panelists.
Thanks so much. And let's bring up our next panel. We have a remarkable panel of partners who are really driving efforts in very innovative ways. Margot, Sasha, Leonel, Mary, and Will.
Yeah, so our next round of panelists here is really going to bring it down to that community landscape level where work gets done, where people do the hard work to actually plan projects, build the consensus, and then innovate, right? Use the resources and assets they have in their communities, be creative, problem solve, and start to scale that. And I think one of the wonderful things about all of our panelists today is you'll see that they're then paying that forward by working above and beyond their local community and landscape partnerships and really trying to contribute at the sub-regional and even regional scale. So we're going to get started with, we've got one image from each of our panelists here, so that'll be the start right there. Great. And we're going to start off with Margot Robbins with Cultural Fire Management Council. Margot, take it away.
Is it on?
Yep.
Ayakui, Nicknell Margot Robbins, Keechnak, Yurok tribal member, co-founder and executive director of the Cultural Fire Management Council, co-founder and executive and co-lead of the Indigenous Peoples Burn Network, and most recently a board member of the Indigenous Stewardship Project. So those three different groups are sort of representative of different geographical areas. The Indigenous Peoples Burn Network is a native support group for tribes across the United States and even into for Indigenous people of other countries. We've been to up into Canada, Australia, South America, as well as different tribes in the United States. The Indigenous Stewardship Program is a support network and funding stream for California tribes, federal and state recognized and unrecognized. And the Cultural Fire Management Council is, our focus is the Yurok ancestral territory. So we are looking to bring back our traditional fire practices in traditional and contemporary ways. Our ancestral territory is 500,000 acres. Our reservation is much smaller than that. It's a mile on each side of the river and about 32 miles up the river. Collaborating with partners has really opened doors to burning that we never even hardly dared to dream could be opened. We have some amazing partners that we work with, the Nature Conservancy, Mid-Klamath Watershed Council, Hupa, Yurok, Karuk tribes, and CAL FIRE. We're also just beginning to build some relationships with the Park Service and the U.S. Forest Service because they have authority over some of the lands in our ancestral territories. We have been burning for 9 years with no escapes. Our homelands are really, really steep. Some of a good part of one of the last burnets we burned was 89% slope. Yeah, it's steep. And it is super, super, super brushy. So brushy you can't even see through the brush. We don't do a lot of interior work. We mostly put a fire line around it, cut some trails through so the lighters can bring fire across the land. We are not big advocates of pile burns because it doesn't get the benefits on the land that a broadcast burn does. I know that a lot of people think that you can't burn unless you cut and pile it, but I'm here to tell you, you can. We don't burn big areas though. We are only able to burn about 30 or at the most 40 acres in a day. And that's like most of the day. And so when we think about how are we going to scale up, and I think, well, we're doing the best we can with this landscape that we have. It's not from lack of people, because we have people from all over the United States and sometimes either other countries come help us burn our lands in the treks. But the last time when the Nature Conservancy provided a burn boss for us, they usually do, this guy was a certified drone operator. And he said that what it took us all day to burn, they could have done it in an hour with the drone. And so now our dream expands. I used to think we was going to need a helicopter, and I was hoping to do that in 5 years. But now we're thinking, okay, we don't need a helicopter, we need a drone, aerial ignitions. They drop ping pong balls that ignite upon landing, and you define the path where it's going to drop it. So now instead of people having to climb, crawl, and beat their way through brush going across, is all we need to do is burn the top, then burn the sides, and the drone can do all the interior work, 300 acres plus a day. So I'm really looking forward to that. We have half the money to get there, so any of you got loads of money in your pocket, feel free to throw some our way. The other type of fire program we have is a more traditional type of fire, and is a family burn program. Traditionally, families would burn their own hunting and gathering areas, and the gathering areas extended right down to the edges of their villages because they put their villages where there was water and food sources. And so we burn from the high mountain tops down to the ocean, different places at different times of the year and different cycles of re-entry. A byproduct of taking care of the land with fire in that way was wildfire prevention. We never saw wildfires of the size we're seeing in today's world. They did not exist. And so we are supporting families during the time when CAL FIRE doesn't require a permit, which means they don't have to have a burn plan. And they're burning small acres, almost like 1 acre or less. There's one lady that burns like 5 acres for her hazel patch, but they're small burns. And we have a little tool lending catch. We do a 1-day safe burn practices because the landscape is much different than what it once was, and we want to make sure that, you know, the fire's not going to escape. We have a few people on our payroll that go out and help them put the fire line around the area they want to burn. And then we have a little what we call a slip-on engine, but it is a 300-gallon tank of water with a pump. We got it from a grant through CAL FIRE. And we have that on there on the day that the families decide to burn, just as a precaution, so they have a mobile source of water. There are some barriers, always barriers to being able to do what you want to do. One of the big barriers is the requirement for CEQA and NEPA to be done if you're using federal or state money or burning on federal land. We burn on tribal trust, which is federal land, also tribal fee land, which comes under the CAL FIRE authority, and we also burn private landowners' land. Everybody wants their land burned. Nobody wants to live in a pile of brush, and so we just, have them sign the paperwork, releasing liability, and they let us burn their land, and we choose those places that have a lot of cultural resources, and that the landowners will allow us to go in and gather from. And they're all pretty agreeable to that. But like I said, if you're using state or federal dollars or burning on federal land, you have to have the CEQA NEPA documents. It's really, really expensive and very time consuming. Like if you complete one in a year, you're doing really good. And so my solution to that is that tribes should be able to be their own approval source. Like our tribe they have fisheries biologists, wildlife biologists, people in forestry, water experts, all of those things, and they have the tribal heritage preservation officer, which knows about all the culturally sensitive places. So why do we have to get permission from somebody who may or may not have even been to our land to burn? It makes no sense to me. Another barrier is having enough people trained. And so I think that the training centers that have been funded in these this new legislation, and I say centers, plural, we need more than one. They should be in different parts of the state. They should be, some of them should be in tribal territories, and they should be manned by a combination of CAL FIRE and Native people with traditional knowledge of the land. Just like we're doing a dual path to bring fire back, these centers should have dual educations. And we need to bring all people on board in order to up the pace and scale of burning. Fire belongs in the hands of the people, not just the agencies, but in the hands of the people. It should be the right of the ordinary person to use fire to restore their land or take care of their land and to protect themselves from wildfire. Just think, if 10,000 people owned 1 acre of land, that's 10,000 acres burned. But we can't just let people go out there and burn if they've never burned before or don't have knowledge. So we need to provide opportunities for people to get the knowledge on how to burn safely. Oh, I have 1 minute left. Let's see what else I want to say. I think I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Margot. Okay, we're going to pass it to Sasha Berleman with Fire Forward right here out of Sonoma County in the North Bay.
All right, how's it working? Nope. Okay, thanks. All right, thank you. Are we good? Okay.
like killing me to talk after Margot. It's so good to hear you speak, and so moving, and to be up here at this table with like mentors that I've looked up to for so long. I'm speaking today. If we can change this slide over by one, that would be great. No, all good. I'm speaking today to share with you the program that my team leads out of Audubon Canyon Ranch here in the North Bay region, and it's called Fire Forward. Fire Forward is a prescribed fire training program and capacity building program working here in the North Bay area to essentially try to get more good fire on the ground. We're identifying hurdles to good fire and trying to break through those barriers so that we can be more effective in building pace and scale here in the region. We're a program of Audubon Canyon Ranch, which is a nature conservation organization that was founded in 1962 and works in the North Bay region stewarding landscapes, doing science and research, and outreach and education. We at Fire Forward are a team of folks who've really dedicated their adult life work to this field, and we hold degrees in wildland fire management, fire ecology, forestry, kind of the gamut, and all of us are practitioners of fire and students of fire, and also pursue suppression experience in wildland fire suppression in the summers to bolster that knowledge building that we're growing. We're qualified to teach NWCG courses, which is the National Wildfire Coordinating Group, and we're supported to do that through the Nature Conservancy at this time. So we're sponsored, which has been a huge impact for our capacity to bring capacity to this region. I cannot understate that or overstate that enough. But in addition to that, to try to build the capacity for our ability to have this be sustainable, we're also going to start being able to offer state fire training courses this fall, which in order to do that is about 3 weeks of time that we have to commit to going through that instructor training to be able to offer that. So there's a huge capacity hurdle for people to even be able to teach those state fire training courses, regardless of background. We host a wide array of workshops and presentations and field tours throughout the year that we're trying to help build education and cultural shift in terms of understanding the role of fire in this region and committing to changing the way that we live with fire here. And through our work, we've been helping support the development of the Good Fire Alliance, which is the local prescribed burn association in this region. It spans primarily Sonoma and Marin counties, but in a recent survey that we did of the 540 people who are in our prescribed burn association, we have actually people in that group from, I think it was over an 8-county area when we looked the day we did the survey. So we have people coming from all over Northern California to be a part of the Good Fire Alliance so that they have access to the courses that we're offering, the trainings, the workshops, and the fire on the ground. So you can see the importance of the fact that we're even making these accessible to members of the public and just anyone who wants to develop this skill set. Out of the well over 500 now members of the Good Fire Alliance, we've trained about 350 of these people as basic wildland firefighters or above in the last 3 years. And quickly realized that we were creating this massive volunteer workforce of people who are new to fire and very excited about it, while we had very few people who were able to lead that community of 350 volunteers. And so our next step was that we launched a fellowship program, which launched last July 1st. And that's a 1-year program where we are investing in a cohort of people who are part of this community to build them into fireline leadership skills and the ability to plan and organize and implement their own prescribed burns over the course of 1 year. Each of those fellows dedicates over 300 hours over the course of the year, and we are bringing them in from a combination of other NGOs and agencies that are willing to sponsor them to come and dedicate that professional development time to become leaders in this field, as well as other people who are currently not doing careers that mean something to them and who are passionate about this field and haven't had a good way to get their foot in the door because there haven't been good pathways to develop this skill set and become a leader in this field. And so we're paying stipends to those people to learn and develop this skill set so that they can hopefully launch into careers that they care about and that we need skilled people and qualified people to lead. In that process, we've been having those fellows coming from a wide array of NGOs like Point Blue, Laguna Foundation, North Bay Jobs with Justice, Grizzly Corps, Pepperwood Preserve. There's a whole wide array of those, as well as I think Sonoma County Regional Parks is 2 joining in that fellowship this coming year. State Parks has 1 that participated this past year and 1 who will participate next year. So there's a pretty wide array of people who are committing to that fellowship and that professional development. And we've already seen that these people are, some of them are getting promoted into new jobs that focus on prescribed fire leadership and implementation, which is a huge outcome. We also have a fellow this year who is a citizen of the Federated Indians of Great Rancheria, and we've been working with the Federated Indians of Great Rancheria since the launch of the program in early 2017. Really valuable partners in all of the work that we do. As part of this work, we're also conducting site visits because we can't be doing this training in a bubble and not be doing the implementation. So our team goes out. We have a survey that people can fill out if they're interested in having a prescribed burn on their property. They submit this Google form. It takes a couple of minutes, and it puts them on a list of places that our qualified team and our fellows can come out, take a look, and have a conversation with these landowners of all types, all backgrounds, all different ideas of why they might want to use fire, why they might want to bring fire back to the land. And we talk with them about objectives, about hurdles, about where fire lines might be, and what it takes to get a burn on the ground. After that conversation and after that site visit, we write a site visit summary report. We send it to them with a professional map, and we use that opportunity to help train the fellows so that they learn how to do this kind of assessment as well. And then if the landowner is interested, we work with the landowner in partnership to plan and organize this burn, and it gets added to our list. Right now, our list of projects is about 100 burn units long, and that spans from across Sonoma and Marin counties and a little bit into Napa and Marin counties, or Napa and Mendocino counties and Lake County. So we're trying to create this capacity, and then we move into implementation. And for implementation, because we're working largely with this volunteer workforce, we take it really seriously that we want every single burn to be a learning and training opportunity. We work very hard to create organized teams on the ground where we have mentors and mentees in each team, training opportunities for folks, as well as opportunities for everyone to learn about fire effects and the way we can stay safe on the fire line and how we can manipulate our fire behavior to meet objectives and always have a reason to be putting fire on the ground, have our objectives really clearly laid out so that we're not just burning for burning's sake, but we have clear reasons for every fire we do. In the past 5 years, we've burned over 2,000 acres, and we're seeing the number of burn days that we do exponentially growing, literally, from year to year. So last year, we burned about 25 burn days, and already this year, since January 1st, we've done about 25 burn days. And we have another 20 burns lined up in the next 2 months, just to paint a picture of how rapidly we're expanding. And how much demand there is for this work as well. And then finally, we're doing monitoring to inform adaptive management so that we can know that we are, what the effects of our prescribed burns are in each of these ecosystems that are pretty novel. They're different from a lot of what U.S. Forest Service lands have been, which have a lot of research on them, and now they have the suppression impact and disease impact and invasive species impacts that have made them very challenging in many ways, so that monitoring is informing that adaptive management so that we can make good decisions on on the ground as a community. And then finally is policy work, and we're not doing the policy work directly. Our partner Lenya Quinn Davidson is doing the policy work, but we really work to support that, and we engage in local meetings and partnerships to try to nudge good decision making forward. One of the big challenges I'll just put out right off the bat is that we have created this massive workforce where our invitations to come be on a burn fill up within 2 hours, and within 2 hours we have a 30-person wait list to be involved in the burn. But these are people who are trying to find careers, and they've been trained as professionals in this field, and they're quite skilled now, and they cannot find jobs to pay them to do this work. And at the same time, we've created landowners who think that this work should be free because people want to go do it for free on their landscape. So we have a problem there that we need to create paid jobs that have good pensions, good career tracks that they can grow in, so that people actually do this for the long haul and don't get excited about it and then drop out because they can't make a career in it. So I'll leave it on that. Thanks.
Inspiring work. Thank you, Sasha, for sharing. All right, we're going to hear from Leonel Arguella, different flavor, lest you think the North Coast region is just about getting good fire on the ground throughout. Going to hear about Redwoods Rising.
You got 5 minutes?
5.
Try to stick to the 5 minutes.
I'll give you my extra minute.
Thank you, Nick, and thank you, Task Force, for inviting me to this to give a presentation on Redwoods Rising. The Redwoods Rising Collaborative is a collaborative that stood up in 2018, and it's focused in on Redwood National and State Parks. The park itself is a 135,000 acre park, of which about 120,000 acres is forested. And the focus of the collaborative is on the areas of the park that are in second growth condition. The second growth condition, let me find my laser pointer, was created through the logging era of basically from the 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s, and left the landscape heavily scarred. Creeks were filled with sediment. The roads that were in this landscape start to fail because the manner in which the roads were built were not done with any of the more modern systems and permits that we have today. The forests in particular, which is what I want to key in on, have grown back really dense. The timber companies aerially seeded in some occasions, and we would have 2,000, 3,000 trees per acre coming in. And it would leave today, here's your old growth, and here's your second growth. And it would leave the conditions of these stands in critical and vulnerable shape to fire, to disease, to all manner of problems should something occur. And the park has been doing a really good job. Both the California State Parks and the National Parks have been doing a good job of trying to restore these areas as best as they can, given the funding that we have received over the years. I will say in 1978, when the park expanded, Congress authorized $33 million to help restore some of these conditions, but only came through with $8 million in appropriations, and that was it. We've had to cobble together on the national park side quite a bit of money. The state parks has had to cobble together money as well, and for their landscape. And you can see here on this side the fragmentation of old growth. This is Jed Smith State Park. This is Del Norte Coast Redwoods. There's Prairie Creek State Park. The rest of the old growth is the national park, and all this light green is second growth forest. Most of it is second growth forest. So Redwoods Rising stood up because there was recognition on the part of Save the Redwoods League, the California State Parks, and the National Park that we need to do more. We were running out of funding, and we needed to treat these areas. And we looked at these areas for doing restoration at a watershed scale, not picking off 500 acres or 100 acres, whatever the case may be. But we decided to go big, and what we came up with were 2 pilot areas here. And I'll just refer to them as the Mill Creek area to the north and Prairie Creek to the south. The Mill Creek watershed pilot area is essentially, by our compliance documents, 34,000 acres, but it's really focused on 25,000 acres of forested treatments and removal of roads and aquatic enhancement. And the southern geography is Prairie Creek, just north of the town of Oric, and it's 9,200 acres of the same type of treatments. Where we are going in and using heavy equipment to reoccupy existing skid roads and haul roads, we have to rebuild them to get in. And using these systems and technologies to remove the biomass. And the wood that's sold at the mills is used to pay for the restoration as much as we can. The roads are being removed. This is an example of a road that was removed about a decade ago, and we physically reshaped the landscape to match the slope above the former roadbed to the slope below the former roadbed, and pulling up topsoil. Ironically and thankfully, a lot of the times the topsoil of the original, when the road was originally put in, is still accessible, and we bring that back on top, which helps for revegetation. And we've also been installing large wood. So to date, we have, since 2020, when we really started this work, we have treated 2,300 acres of forest. We have removed about 14 miles of road, and we have installed large wood in 1 mile stretch of Prairie Creek. This operating season, the next few months for the summer, we're going for another 600 acres of forest and about 10 miles of road, and another mile of treatment of aquatic enhancement up here in the Mill Creek watershed. But I want to say in the little bit of time I have left that we're looking at just down in this area, we're looking at partnerships, not only Redwoods Rising unto itself, but working with private landowners adjacent to the park who are also doing restoration. And so we've got projects to put large wood here in Prairie Creek in 2 locations, working with Save the Redwoods League and other private landowners. We want to leverage the strengths of Redwoods Rising and the money that we've been able to raise to help the whole system, not just what's in the park, but what's out of the park as well. And most importantly, we're leveraging, hopefully, some good restoration of the Redwood Creek estuary. The estuary is a linchpin for salmon. The salmon populations are not great in either Prairie Creek or Mill Creek, and we want to see the estuary recovered along with the main stems of Prairie Creek and Mill Creek. We want to see the landscape as a whole recovered. So Redwoods Rising is more than just looking at itself and what we can do. We're trying to look at the whole area as a whole. Some of the problems are, I guess, constraints, and I will say to Margot that the same constraints is a lot of it's funding, a lot of it is just trying to work through the permitting process. It's really a jungle out there when it comes to green tape, red tape, and sustainable funding. And I think that we can do a good job of getting one-off funding, and we've been very successful in getting funding, but what we need is sustainable funding. We've heard that already, and I won't belabor the point, but it's really important that in order to do this kind of work on the ground and to be successful and to be a part of the collaborative and network of collaborations out there on the ground, trying to deal with wildfire and restoration, we need to have sustainable funding. You can't just rely on, this work is going to take 20 years. But in 10 years, if we're out of funding, we've done good work, but we're not done. And we have, beyond these 2 areas, we still have more to do in Redwood Creek. Plenty of work to do. I encourage the task force strongly to look at ways to help get the federal and state to provide sustainable funding in any way, shape, and form you can. Cutting the green tape is really critical. The last thing we need is an administrator saying, you can't do that. When in fact you can, it's just that person thought that you couldn't. And that's been a real challenge for us is, when we talk about moving the amount of money that we're moving, it scares some people who aren't used to that level of funding. And we need to be able to empower our folks to know that it's okay, that there's support at the higher levels to get this work done. So no prescribed fire, but I do want to say we can only do so much on the Redwoods Rising. We can't just add everything in, but we do have a fire program, and Margot, we do want to work on fire in these areas as well as other areas of the park. And so I look forward to working with you and Tim Hayden and the team on doing good work. So that's all I have.
Thanks, Leonel. Great. Well, I'd like to introduce Mary Adelzada. Mary, I botched it. I had to botch it. I'm so sorry. Adelzada with the Indigenous Stewardship Network.
Thank you, Nick. And thank you to the task force and Secretary Crowfoot for the invitation to share. My name is Mary Adelzada. I am Danae, and I'm a co-lead for the Indigenous Stewardship Network, along with Don Hankins, who is Miwok and also a member of the task force, and also Bill Tripp, who's Karuk. The Indigenous Stewardship Network is focused on furthering Indigenous stewardship in a way that's centered on community health and well-being, traditions, and cultural values. We are a statewide initiative, and we're inclusive of all tribes, Native-led nonprofits, and traditional cultural practitioners. We have a number of different opportunities, but one thing I want to mention is we formerly were known as the Intertribal Indigenous Stewardship Network, but we're now in the process of establishing as a 501c3 nonprofit, which will allow us to grow our work to create equitable funding, policies, and learning opportunities that will expand Indigenous stewardship. The network, we are organized into eco-cultural regions, which reflects the distinct cultural geographies of California tribes, which is rooted in relationships to landscapes. And also Don Hankins, he mapped out these areas to serve as a framework really to help improve coordination and Indigenous planning across the state. We also have support from the California Regional Forest and Fire Capacity Program, and with the support of the Watershed Center, the network has launched the Rekindling Fire and Culture Funding Opportunity. This is to support capacity building for cultural burning. Funding is inclusive of all tribes, Native-led organizations, and traditional cultural practitioners. And we're just starting out, but to date we have awarded $350,000 to advance Indigenous leadership, intergenerational knowledge exchanges, and also intertribal collaboration and partnerships, but also to increase the visibility and awareness on the importance of Indigenous stewardship. So we do have 6 projects that were funded in the North Coast region that involved 2 tribes, 2 Native-led nonprofit organizations, and then also 2 projects that involve traditional cultural practitioners. And that's really what's unique about this funding opportunity, because we are working to directly fund traditional cultural practitioners that are instrumental in transferring the knowledge, but also to scaling up this work. We have found often that the traditional cultural practitioners are not paid for their time, and especially to participate in collaboratives. So this is just one of the barriers that the network is working to improve access and representation. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. And I appreciate you bringing it back to the intergenerational nature of this work. It's going to be that for all of us, and certainly for tribal people, it always has been. So thanks. I'm going to pass the mic to my good friend and esteemed colleague, Will Harling with the Mid-Klamath Watershed Council.
Thanks, Nick.
How's everybody doing out there? It's been a long day. Yeah, my name is Will Harling. I'm the director of the Mid-Klamath Watershed Council in far northern California. I'm also one of the co-leads for the Western Klamath Restoration Partnership. I'm a federally qualified single resource boss that's co-employed with the Karuk Tribe's fire program, and I'm an aspiring CARX burn boss, and I'm actually sitting next to the first CARX burn boss in California, Sasha Berleman. Sasha continues to inspire me so much, and I just realized as she was listing off her acre figures that she's catching up to my 18-year career incredibly fast, and so I better step it up if I'm going to stay ahead. I was born and raised and currently reside in Forks of Salmon, California. I don't know if everybody's heard of that place. You've probably been there. If you're in the fire service, you fought fire there. I actually had to borrow my son's shirt to look presentable today. That's how rural Forks of Salmon is. You know, my first memories were of a burnout from behind the cabin I was born in when I was 3 years old. That literally, my first thing I remember is a night burnout behind the cabin. And you know, some of my next memories were watching one of the last wild spring Chinook runs in California go extinct because of our mismanagement of fire. First, the fire exclusion and suppression and cessation of cultural burning, and then the glut of fire that filled in those rivers with sediment, and the fish were dying right before our eyes. And so I had the sheer luck of being born next to Bill Tripp and Leif Hillman, guys that knew a thing or two about how this land was managed before we came and screwed it up. And I started to learn about Pikyalvush, you know, the world renewal, how we fix things, how we live here, a whole different set of laws that, you know, if you don't follow them, you don't end up in jail, but your kids can't live in that land anymore. So think about that. My kids, when they come home and it's smoky and it's the worst air quality in the world for a month on end, they don't want to be there. That's real. So I've been working my whole life, become a student in fire. You know, we started a Fire Safe Council in 2001. We started a Watershed Council in 2003. We became a Firewise community in 2007. We started a community liaison program so we could engage with the fire teams that kept cycling through every summer and have a seat in the planning tent. I made a movie about prescribed fire in 2012. It's a cult classic, you know. Catching Fire, Prescribed Burning in Northern California. You should check it out. You'll get a laugh. We went on to work with the Nature Conservancy to create the Western Klamath Restoration Partnership and build that foundation of collaboration between industry, environmental groups, tribes, the Forest Service, and other partners. And then we started the Klamath Treks in 2014, and since then we've trained over 600 firelighters to basic NWCG firefighter quals and burned over 3,500 acres on 200 plus properties. We partner with the Fire Learning Network and the North American Fire Initiative to be inspired by the national network of fire practitioners in this country and in our region. And it's growing and it's beautiful. And they're there for you. If you want to learn fire, connect with us. We're here and we got your back. That collaboration, that foundation we built through WKRP has brought in a ton of funding. In the past 3 years, we've gotten $10 million in CAL FIRE Forest Health funding. It's been a game changer for us. We've been able to staff regular positions between the tribes and our NGOs. And that's brought in that $30 million in CFLRP funding to the Western Klamath Mountains. So we're seeing things change. We treated 4 times the acres last year than we had in any previous year. We're currently doing the largest tiering of 35,000 acres within our 1.2 million acre landscape to the Cal VTP EIR. I really hope it works. I hope folks out here are going to help us get that done. to be able to get rid of that green tape so we can put fire on the ground in the time and the place that it's needed. The reality is, after all that work, every single one of our towns in the western Klamath Mountains could get wiped off the map this year from wildfire. And, I think that's a reality that a lot of us in this room face, is that, just because we work our asses off our whole life doesn't make us immune. And it's, the reality is that, only recent wildfire footprints are stopping these megafires that we see today. And I just want to say, it's not just the communities, it's the cultural resources, it's the ecological resources out there too that are at risk. We look at, our burns that have been tested by wildfire, and the reality, the trees are still there. The homes aren't. We're not burning at scale. And if you listen to Margot, if you listen to Bill, if you listen to Kathy McCovey, they said we had black all the way up to that nearest ridge. 1 to 2 miles away from our towns was burned on a 3-year basis, pretty much. That patchwork of indigenous fire that was specific to plants and resources and animals. And that knowledge is still there. Folks like Frank Lake, you should corner him after this and get a few of his thoughts on the matter. I have this slide up here because we were luckily funded by NCRP and with some additional funding from TNC to bring the pods model across boundary in the NCRP area. And just a history on pods, it was originated by the Forest Service in the Southern Sierras as a tool to communicate about risk in regards to manage wildfire. So that, if you're letting a fire burn, I'm not never supposed to say let a fire burn, but if you're letting a fire burn for resource objectives, there's a chance that could threaten communities and resources. And so we need to be transparent about those risks. The communities deserve that, right? And so that's how this tool was developed, was to start to communicate with science, objective science, as well as expert knowledge about what that risk is of making space for managed wildfire in California. We actually had the first pods meeting for NCRP right here at the Pepperwood Preserve. I think it was last November. And since then, we've been on a traveling road show across Northern California with Chris Dunn and Mark Tuckman and others, doing these presentations. And I have to say, I was really impressed with the turnout from CAL FIRE and the Forest Service, local NGOs. Tribes are justifiably a little suspicious, but there was some good engagement in some of those meetings. And thank you to Sherry Norris for setting up a tribal pods meeting on the 20th of this month in Round Valley. So getting that feedback about what we need to do to ensure that tribal cultural resources are protected. As we start to make this tool, which essentially prioritizes how and where and why we might engage wildfires, but also as it comes into communities and starts to scale down from that 10,000 acre pod level to maybe a 500 or even 100 acre level of the doable burn unit within our WUI. And so we can start to have those conversations about how landscape scale fire interacts with defensible space and our CWPPs, and give a tool for the state and federal fire agencies to start to speak the same language to the communities that they serve about how, when, and why they're engaging with wildfire. So I think I'm probably over my time. Take another minute. This is a huge ask for our state and federal fire managers. I mean, you guys are facing the largest tsunami of wildfire we've seen in the state's history, and at the same time, we're asking you to engage all these ragtag groups of, prescribed fire practitioners across the state. We're asking for a level of political bravery from our agency leaders and from our politicians to engage us in a way that some people in this state are not going to be comfortable with. We're asking you to engage in empowering tribal people to put fire on the ground in their ancestral territories in a way that a lot of people in this state are not going to be comfortable with. And we're asking you to engage with Manage Wildfire at the right time and the right place. And we know there's documented a lot of senators that are not going to be happy with how we do it. The difference between that being political bravery and political suicide is all of us. Is all of us here in this room and watching who have our politicians' backs, who have our agencies' leaders' backs when they make those tough decisions. Because the reality is it's all about relative risk. And if we don't engage fire, the reality of fire on this landscape now, seriously in this moment, we're going to watch towns wiped off the map one after the other for the decades to come. So now is the time to get real. Now is the time to look across the fence and work with those people that don't look or think like you and fix the problem and elevate cultural fire to the place that it has been. It worked for 10,000 years. I'm just saying, let's maybe try it out again. That's what I got.
Our esteemed panelists transforming how we live with fire in California from the ground up. Thank you. We've got a little bit of time for some question discussion. We're going to limit that to just the executive committee here for the time being, for time's sake. And so, welcome questions from Patrick or the executive team.
Well, I wanted to put Joe on the spot as CAL FIRE because I heard CAL FIRE folks get complimented, but also I think Will challenged us on a little bit of a sea change in terms of the scale of prescribed fire that we're collectively putting on the ground, and then also empowering, sort of non-government agencies to do that. And just interested in how you're taking this all in, and what your vision for CAL FIRE and fire safety and prescribed fire is.
Well, I thank you for that. And I will tell you first and foremost that all of your presentations were powerful. And I have notes here from each of you to drive forward and drive home. Will, you and I have had a brief opportunity via Teams to talk before, and you have reached out with other opportunities. And I intend to take you up on those opportunities to integrate CAL FIRE into opportunities to better understand cultural burning and prescribed fire, something that we have to change the culture on. In addition to that, Sasha, your comments about how difficult it is to become an instructor under state fire training. We have the state fire marshal, Mike Richwine, sitting in the room, and I guarantee you he has heard you loud and clear as well. So with that, I am committed to continue to move forward as part of this in an attempt to better understand and move towards an environment where, in some instances, managed fire is quite appropriate. At the same time, when we have unwarranted, large and damaging fires bearing down on us, we will extinguish those fires, and then we will put good fire on the ground. I look forward to that. Thank you.
And I just want to ask Patrick, so this task force with, I think, a lot of hopefully input from you all as panelists, and I'll just add really powerful presentations. And I was almost tempted to just let them stand. But we've got this prescribed fire strategy now that's trying to put 500,000 acres of prescribed fire on the landscape by 2025. Mm-hmm. And so question is, it seems like we're not going to do that just within CAL FIRE or the U.S. Forest Service, so it's all about our partners, our tribal partners, our non-governmental partners. What are you hearing around how do we meet that goal? Because we're way off that goal right now, right? We're well under 100,000 acres every year. But I'm also interested for you guys in terms of, how do we empower? It sounds like reduce the red tape, whether that's CEQA or NEPA, adequate funding to actually get these folks who are now trained on the ground doing more of this. But I just want to connect the dots between that very ambitious goal that now everybody, including our governor, is signed up for, and the capacity that these guys have. But then there's a heck of a delta for the next couple of years.
That's right, and I think that's one of the pros and cons of having an aggressive but achievable target. And I think what we've had before is we've had CAL FIRE with the program over here, we've got the Forest Service over here, and we've got the tribes over here, and we've got prescribed burn associations over there, all trying to figure out how to do this. And so part of what the plan did is bring all those people together and say, we've got to scale up, we've got to scale up together. What I hear, but I'd love to hear folks here say, is that I think where we've made the biggest change in the last year has been on things like permitting, where there's an online system now, and you don't have 30 different permit systems. You can get on, you can do that easily. Cal VTP, as he mentioned, is on the way to make things go quicker. Training sessions are starting to happen. There's been this, I think this sea change or this flip where there's buy-in now that there wasn't before, but the nuts and bolts aren't there yet. I mean, I keep hearing all the time, but again, love to hear from you guys. It's just the sheer capacity and the funding and the number of people. There aren't enough burners. And there's also the trade-off when you're in the middle of fire season. As Joe said, it's really hard to pull people off of fires to work on prescribed fire. And so to try to figure out in CAL FIRE and the Forest Service to create a cadre and an army that can move forward every year, and then to build the prescribed burn association and tribal and local teams so they can take more of the load is what I'm hearing. But I'd love to hear you guys say, out of all the different barriers that we're trying to face, we now have a strategy, but what's it going to take to make that a real strategy as opposed to a well-intentioned strategy to overcome a bunch of barriers?
You know, one of the things I'm most excited about is that the Six Rivers and Klamath National Forests are both going after larger scale programmatic NEPA to look at recent fire footprints. Every time we have one of these large scale fires, especially ones that burn at high severities, you're basically resetting that vegetation to a stage 0 where the fuels are going to come up with, pick the August complex, 1 million acres. Those fuels are getting burnable again at different times in the next 0 to 10 years. And so if we've got the NEPA or CEQA in place, depending on the ownership, you can put fire back into those fuels as they become receptive safely, because you've got that recent burn landscape right around there. And it's all about relative risk when you're starting to scale up. And so theoretically, we could be burning 20 to 50,000 acres with a drone, like Margot said, and having it burn into recent fire footprint, and then you've got the fire lines that they put in to stop that fire in place. So I think I didn't come up with that idea. That's how Native people manage fire on this landscape, is they use recent fire footprints to safely move fire on the landscape. And that truth still exists today. In my Butler Creek watershed where I live, we had a 2006 fire that burned through the watershed, and then we had a 2013 fire that burned through the watershed again, but there was a rainstorm and it left 5,000 acres in the headwaters that had a complete ring of fire from 2013 around it. And so we could have stepped into that 5,000 acre landscape and burned 5,000 acres for a 6-pack of beer and a drip torch, I mean, I'm not saying I would ever do it because it was federal ground, but, those are the opportunities that we're missing. And we can really up our acres quickly by working with our federal partners in particular to identify those and build social license. The reality on our landscape, in 2013, we had 300 of our remaining 700 wild spring Chinook salmon die because of heat stress. They went belly up in the river. If we could have gone up and lit that 4,000 acres right then safely, it would have been no risk to any community. It would have put up the smoke and cooled the river, and those fish would have lived. And that's what the tribe was asking for. But we don't have those common sense mechanisms in place right now to get there. We're close. It's really about political will.
I would just like to add that in addition to pulling these strategies together into a cohesive plan, that we need to have liability coverage for the people implementing that plan. And I know that the state has put some things in place, such as for the people who have the CAREX training or certification and are in cooperation with CAL FIRE. That's a great thing. And as well as traditional fire practitioners. But organizations need to have liability coverage, and the $20 million that's been assigned to it is a drop in the bucket compared to what's needed. You know, multiply that by 10 and you might be coming close, because $20 million is going to cover, like, at the most 20, maybe 10 organizations. Well, you have 2 organizations right here who can't find anybody to cover us. We have to go under our tribes. And we're like 45 minutes apart. What about the other hundreds of people who would like to start burning and contribute to the solution of reducing the amount of wildfire, but they don't have access to coverage either, and they're not gonna with only $20 million in the pot?
Can I ask a follow-up on that? I just want to, this is, what you just said is something that we have not talked a lot about today, but I want for us to consider this to be a big thing of recommendations. Is that what I've heard is that the greatest risk to risk reduction is risk aversion, which is these words that are liability, indemnification, right? And so with that, you know, in some ways we've looked at that as like even Good Samaritan laws, right? Like we can't even sometimes find a way to certify people for CERT teams, community emergency response teams, because we would have to take the liability if they're out in the field helping people during a disaster. So you have to be so perfectly trained, qualified to be able to be a part of a solution when we know that government, local, state, or federal, and they say we got it, is that the we doesn't have it because the we's not big enough. So I would just you know, propose that we kind of hold that as a different element, because I have yet to see any kind of legislation or recommendations that really go to the heart of the matter, which is that there's no perfect plan that has liability removed from it, and that we all know is that the weakest link in the chain of causality, who doesn't write their paper right, if a fire happens, is the one whose liability it falls upon, not who caused it, right? So thank you for mentioning that, and I think that's a core aspect. You got to be able to do your work and not worry that you're going to lose your home, or you're going to have $100 million in a liability at the end of the day. Thank you.
Got time for another question or point of discussion from the committee? Don, you got the look. Do you have the words?
The questions have been asked, I think, for the most part. The main points, I think, have all been brought up. The liability, you know, all the different factors have been said. And I think that really what I hear in the panel are the key things that really come to the core of many of the initiatives that have come forward this past 2 years in particular. SB 332, AB 642, 30 by 30, cutting the green tape. But one thing that Will said that really kind of resonated with me is this, as a practitioner myself, and realizing living in the woods, not being able to do things at scale that I would like to personally be doing things, and I know we all deal with this, is, you know, we're facing a very severe drought. We've probably not put enough fire on the ground. We know we haven't put enough fire on the ground. You know, it's like, what are we looking to change if we can make it through without burning another 12 million acres this year, right? Because this is that dry. We could see 12 million acres burn this year, not to freak people out. But, you know, it's like if we're really working to achieve 30 by 30 and all these other pieces, what sorts of change do we need to be making? And I guess, you know, you've all offered those sorts of things up, but I'm thinking, like, what does it look like for you to scale it?
Okay, I'm gonna try to add something here, and I'm not sure I can be very eloquent, but I'm gonna try. Definitely not as eloquent as Will ever is. So we have a challenge here, at least, and I'm not sure this is a challenge that exists across the areas of California that are trying to burn on private lands, but we work with our battalion chiefs from CAL FIRE to get our permits, and those relationships are so meaningful and important for us, and we take them very seriously. But there are challenges in this model that we currently have, in that one, it varies from chief to chief what their risk aversion is, for one, what their understanding of what we're trying to do is, for another, and then also their availability. Their job is not prescribed fire, and they're being tasked with this like constantly growing and scaling demand on their time to come out to site visits, read our burn plans, look at our burn units, and to understand the practice of ecological and cultural burning, which is not something that I understand to be part of their professional development. And it's a huge issue, because if we're going to continue scaling the number of burns that we're doing and how many days we're doing them and the size and the complexity of them, and we're putting all of that on these battalion chiefs, that is not a core part of their job description. We did just look at it 2 days ago, and it's like vaguely talked about in one piece of the 94 task item list of the job. Like, that is a huge problem in the whole structure that we're working under in private lands, and I want to see it changed.
So where I live, it's mostly federal land, and you know, I'm like nudging Don, like, how do we have a project, you know, that's through NEPA. Burning is part of the prescription. How do we make that a cultural burn, a tribal? You know, how do we do that? And you know, the answer is the Forest Service has to change, right? But one thing that struck me, Sasha was saying, yeah, right. Good luck. Just go do that. Well, bye. We'll go buy wine now. Our forest supervisor and interagency fire manager told us the other day for the Eastern Sierra, you know, they can't hire enough federal wildland firefighters. And how do we, I mean, is there room now in the current structure to somehow change? And you have people who want to do prescribed fire, but would they, you know, how do we merge these two things together? Is there any opportunity in the current, and sorry, poor Richard, you're not the fire, you don't have to answer this, but what can we do, what can we work within the current model to fix these two problems?
I just wanted to add to that. So of our 350 trained people, so far about 25 people from the community who don't have other jobs because they can't find jobs in prescribed fire now go get hired by the feds in the summer and fight fires in the summer so that they can make income and then come back and prescribe burn with us the rest of the year for free, which is just insane to me. It's so backwards. I just had to add that. Yeah, I don't think we can integrate it. I think this probably needs to be separate from the entities that currently exist. We need to be creative. We need to imagine something new and different and make it happen stat a long time ago.
I mean, at some level, it's fundamental culture shift, right? Because we represent institutions that prohibited fire for over a century. And I think, you know, there has been an awakening. We are recognizing the essentialness of this, but we also have institutions that are not built to do that. And so the question is then, how do we reach the scale that we've now, you know, set ourselves for? And that's to your point around the battalion chiefs, I mean, the CAL FIRE and the U.S. Forest Service, they're fighting a war out there every summer to protect us. And so how do we empower all of those folks, both the tribal leaders that have been doing this for thousands of years and folks that are coming to this for the first time? How do we get those folks on the ground doing this, scaling it up? Whether it's in existing organizations or whether it's, you know, funding external organizations and giving them the authority and having the risk tolerance to be able to do it. But it doesn't seem like, to Stacy's question, we get there with out some fundamental, either structural addition or reorganization, or really funding new organizations at scale to get it done.
So one of the ways to reduce risk tolerance is to look at the whole set of tools that are in your toolbox. So prescribed fire is one of them. Fuel reduction is another. And what we're not seeing a lot of is that early work to reduce fuel, standing wood, or getting rid of some of the dead wood, doing the job of thinning out some of these forests ahead of prescribed fire. Because if you just run a fire in a forest that hasn't seen fire for a while, that's very challenging for us agencies to handle. The risk is way up there. So one of the tools is using thinning, but that runs into a whole nother set of environmental problems and issues that, again, bring up another set of green and red tape. So, but that's a way to get into your forest. To increase the acres of fire, you need to reduce the risks of having a fire get out of control. And in this era, with climate's changing and our wildland fire season becoming so long, you need to be able to use both tools in order to effectively manage your landscapes. And that's not, once you get going with fire, you can just use that potentially long term. But you need at least some early work with fuels to reduce it, creating shaded fuel breaks, but also thinning the forest and getting it prepped and ready for receiving broadcast fire.
The way I've been educated, I would totally agree. Yeah. And we have vegetation management in several forms, and I think we need to scale up all of it. And what I know about Redwood Rising, if we could replicate that across different regions, I mean, that partnership, that level of partnership and that scale is exactly what we need. So it's going to be, from my view, it's going to be prescribed fire in a lot of places. It's going to be, ecologically sensitive mechanical thinning in other places, shaded fuel breaks, et cetera. I mean, I feel like we need it all, and we need it to be appropriate on the landscape. And that's what we're working to do at scale.
Yeah, thinning is a pretty, dramatic tool. So it needs to be done, like you said, ecologically and sensitive. You can't just broadcast it around, because you can tear up the ground as much as help the ground. So anyway, thanks.
And I just want to share something quickly too, like just the opportunities for co-management, both at the federal and state level. And not co-management, a lot of agreements are really focused like 5-10 years, but really looking at long-term agreements, because that's really what's going to be necessary to sustain the capacity.
Yeah, and I'll agree. And for those who are not familiar with the term co-management, that's really institutionalizing partnerships between tribal governments and state and federal governments around sort of co-equal management of natural resources, whether it's forests or rivers, et cetera. And actually, we have a direction from our governor to identify opportunities for ancestral land return where possible, but then also co-management. So I appreciate you bringing that up, because that's really institutionalizing the partnerships that we're talking about here today.
Well, I think that brings us near to the end of the panel and really brings in some of the core themes that I think the task force is really built around, and that our broader approach to this crisis in California are built around, which is, this is an all of society approach, right? Everybody showed up to the table because we're all living this crisis together, and we're all trying to take ownership, responsibility, and share authority for how we get this work done. It's going to require a lot of trust. And it's going to require a lot of devolution of authority and responsibility, whether it's to tribes, community groups, individual private landowners. That is a fundamental transformation of the institutions that we've built to manage land and to regulate fire. And so, just the fact that we're here having this conversation, this frankly, with the people who are at the very tops of these agencies and leadership positions, that we built a plan for good fire for California together, and all of these folks sat at those tables and were co-equals in crafting that, even though the agencies are the top line sort of owners of that. We all own it together. So I just think I heard all those themes come through loud and strong. I heard them across the local partners. I heard how we're using regional frameworks to really achieve that as well. And I heard the highest levels of leadership at state and federal agencies reiterate their commitment to that. So with that, that's not the wrap up. If the panel, the director wants to share anything, I just want to give a hand to our panel at least.
Yeah, I think it's a real testament to the conversation and our panelists that well over 2/3 of our attendees here today have stuck around 4 hours deep into a meeting. And that was a really, really powerful panel to bring us home today. I have some final words, but I'd first ask any of my colleagues here on our task force leadership any key takeaways for today or thoughts that you want to help us close on.
Thank you, Wade, if I may. I want to take a quick opportunity, and I'm going to put him on the spot. Somewhere sitting in this room is Chris Anthony. Chris, can you raise your hand? Chris is my new Chief Deputy Director.
Chris, I think you got to make your way to the stage here.
On the executive team here at CAL FIRE. Between Chris Anthony and Mike Richwine sitting here in the front, they are the critical components of the executive team who are going to help us move this process forward. Chris is a registered professional forester and helps me through this process where I lack, he gains, and we complement each other well. And Sasha, back to your point and to the panel as a whole, as we go through the week, this week was Wildfire Preparedness Week, and we've made our way from San Diego north. One of the items in the car that we have been talking about was Assembly Bill 642. And Assembly Bill 642 requires me to appoint a cultural liaison to the department. And so I have been sitting here, full transparency, texting with Chris on how we're going to accomplish that to be able to move forward. So Chris, if you want to take just a moment and introduce yourself.
Thank you, Chief Tyler. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself. So, Chris Anthony, week 2 in the position. It's gone by really fast. It's been awesome. No mistakes. Not yet. I am really privileged to be able to work with all of you and with Chief Tyler in advancing some of the issues associated with wildfire and forest resilience, because we recognize as a department that we can't respond our way out of this crisis. And seeing what has happened, which when Chief Tyler and I started our career, and we've worked many, many, many years together since 2002, a 60,000 or 100,000 acre fire was a really big deal. And seeing the trends and watching these fires grow the way that they have and the damage that they're doing to the resources of the state, the communities, how they impact people's lives in very real and significant ways. Like, we recognize that we have to get ahead of this crisis. And the only way that we do that is through partnerships and in leveraging everything that we all bring to the table to be able to get ahead of this, because we're losing too much ground, and I know that will work, because I have been part of teams and collaboratives before where we have been able to make a difference. I can share my personal stories with you later. But I'm just really thankful to be in this position, and looking forward to supporting the department, supporting all of you, and being part of the solution, which really makes me thrilled to be in this position. So thank you.
Thanks, Joe. James.
Just real quickly, thank you all for joining us here in Sonoma County. There's a reception right out here afterwards. We were helpful enough from the Sonoma County Vintners to help us get some local wines and some other stuff to get us started for the evening. I wish you all a beautiful evening in Sonoma County. There's a litany of tours tomorrow. It's going to be hard for you to choose what you want to do because there's some really great stuff from the redwoods to the top of the Pepperwood Preserve out to Lake Sonoma, water supply, everything in between. So just enjoy this place, and thank you for being here with us.
Yeah, I might maybe conclude us just to talk about my personal reflections on the meeting. You know, these are challenging times. These are really challenging times. And I spent my morning in Sacramento dealing with water agencies that are trying to figure out how they're going to get through the summer, actually providing water to, you know, their communities. And last weekend, I had a chance to get to Sierra County with my family, and I took the opportunity to have like a small community dialogue with a couple dozen people. And we talked for almost 2 hours, and we talked almost exclusively about wildfire. And their fear was palpable, you know, of losing their communities and losing their homes. And that can be really discouraging and almost overwhelming. But I'll tell you this, which is everybody in this room will make a difference on these issues and on these challenges that we've never faced before. And don't think for a second that the work that you do won't save lives, because it probably will. What Chris Anthony, who just spoke, didn't tell you is he was working the Caldor fire last summer when it was the Caldor fire and the Dixie did something that no other wildfire had done in the state's history, which they both crested the Sierra Nevada summit. And the Caldor fire was bearing over the crest of the Sierra Nevada into South Lake Tahoe. And Chris Anthony and others went to work that night believing that they would lose their homes because the fire was moving that fast and that hot. But the remarkable story and the silver lining is that shaded fuel breaks that the National Forest Service, U.S. Forest Service, and RCDs and community partners that put in years before allowed CAL FIRE and its partners to make a stand, protecting the community of Myers and neighborhoods around South Lake. And they saved neighborhoods that night. They saved homes that night, and they saved communities that night. And actions like that, projects like that, did make a difference last summer. Also in Pollock Pines, the Caples fuel break, the Caples prescribed fire. These projects are making a difference. So I think it's really important that we focus on the urgency and the severity of the problem, but also we maintain hope. And we maintain hope by taking action. So, you know, I am more energized than ever, and I hope everybody else is, for the actions that we need to take. Because they will make a difference in our communities, they will make a difference in our state, and frankly, we're going to show the world from California how we adapt to accelerating climate change, whether it's on drought and wildfire. So just remember that. You have partners in state and federal government, the folks up here that want to empower you to do what we need to do to save our way of life in California and across the world. So thank you very much for being here, and please join us outside for what we should be doing more of, which is building connections to take on this challenge. Thanks very much.